NLWN-TV now brings you the In the Dugout show. A look at today's Eau Claire Cavalier game. And now, join us in the dugout.
Hello and welcome to today's edition of In the Dugout. Rick Olson here in the NLWN-TV studios, and we're getting ready to bring you Eau Claire Cavalier baseball as the Cavaliers attempt to take another step towards clinching a CRBL playoff spot as they take on the 3-16 in the CRBL Beef River Bullfrogs. The Bullfrogs and the Cavaliers met in a game back on June 28th in Eau Claire, where the Cavs came out on top 5-2. Now, coming up in this edition of In the Dugout, we'll take a look at today's game between the Cavs and the Bullfrogs. Then we'll get Cavalier manager Ryan Bemnister's perspective on today's game in the Ryan Bemnister Show. Following that, with the CRBL races being tight, we'll take another look around the Chippewa River Baseball League to see where things stand. Also, we'll take a moment to get to know one of this season's Cavalier players in Cavalier Profile. Finally, we'll bring you all the play-by-play action of today's game from Spangberg Field in Strum, Wisconsin. So it's time to get ready for some baseball action, and we'll do just that coming up right after this brief timeout. You're tuned to In the Dugout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Part-time job, full-time hustle, all-time hero to all of us. You nurture, we listen. You teach, we thrive. You lift our spirits, but we've got to lay down the truth. It's time for you, our Shiro, to stretch for the stars. A free online chat can give you the personalized tips you need to start boosting your retirement savings today. Start saving more for retirement so you can feel prepared and live your life to the fullest. Visit aceyourretirement.org.
Welcome back to In the Dugout. Very shortly, the Eau Claire Cavaliers will take on the Beef River Bullfrogs from Spangberg Field in Strum. The Cavaliers and the Bullfrogs met back on June 28th at Carson Park, with the Cavs coming out on top 5-2. Now, in that game, the Cavs were led at the plate by Jack Redwine, who went 3 for 3, including a home run.
Fly ball out into right field, fair ball, and it's a home run! Right inside the foul pole for Jack Redwine. And the Cavaliers take a 2-0 lead.
Campbell Kapanke contributed an RBI double.
Here's the pitch. Fly ball. That one's deep out into left field. It's off the wall. And they have to chase it. Takes a ricochet off the wall. Erickson rounds and scores. And Campbell Kapanke comes through with a stand-up double.
Luke Erickson also picked up 2 RBI, including a double.
Arski looking at both runners. Now delivers. Fly ball out into right field. It's deep. It's deep. It's off the wall. 1 run's in. Here comes the second run to the plate. And in safely is Redwine.
On the mound, Lucas Cosley picked up the win, going 7 innings and giving up only 1 earned run on 6 hits, while striking out 6. Tyson Woodcock threw 2 innings to pick up the save. Now today, the Cavaliers will try to take another step toward wrapping up a CRBL playoff spot when they take on the dangerous Beef River Bullfrogs. The Bullfrogs come into the game with a CRBL record of only 3 wins and 16 losses, but they just defeated the Cadott Red Sox, a team who also have been competing for a playoff spot, and they beat them by the score of 8-7. Now, in the game back on June 28th against the Cavs, the Bullfrogs were led at the plate by Austin Baker, who went 1 for 3 and picked up a run. Also garnering hits were Will Thibodeau, Carter Johnson, Ryan Gray, Colin Boyarski, and Reese Lucas and Storm Standiford. Ethan Bartles went 6 innings to take the loss. Leading the way at the plate this season is Thibodeau, who's hitting at a .385 with a home run and 13 RBI. Right behind him is Ryan Gray, who has a .351 batting average with 6 doubles. On the mound, the workhorse for the Bullfrogs is Wes Boyarski, who has a 2-6 record in 43 innings pitched with an ERA of 9.84. Ethan Bartles has the lowest ERA with 3.54 in 40 2/3 innings pitched. Now, entering this week of CRBL games, leading the way for the Cavaliers at the plate is Cooper Kapanke, who has been hitting at a .342 pace and has driven in 18 RBI on 25 hits, including 7 doubles. Right behind Kapanke with a .333 batting average is Caden Erickson, who had 35 hits, including 9 doubles. Gabe O'Brien at .300 rounds out the Cavaliers, hitting over .300. On the mound, the Cavaliers have been led by Lucas Costley. He's posting a record of 6-0 with a 2.60 ERA and has struck out 50 in his 52 innings pitched, including 3 complete games. Andrew Milner had a 2.76 ERA with a 4-2 record and leads the team in strikeouts with 69 in 45 2/3 innings pitched. As a staff, the Cavaliers had a combined ERA of 4.70 with a whip of 1.73. Now, coming up next, following this timeout, we'll get manager Ryan Bemnister's perspective as we chat with him on The Ryan Bemnister Show. You're tuned to In the Dugout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
The Goat Coffee House on Water Street in Eau Claire presents The Ryan Bemnister Show, where Cavalier manager Ryan Bemnister gives us his perspective on today's game. And now, The Ryan Bemnister Show.
Once again, we're at the Goat Coffee House, speaking with Cavalier manager Ryan Bemnister. And Ryan, today, the Cavaliers are going to try everything they can to lock up a CRBL playoff spot when they take on the Beef River Bullfrogs. So let's take a look at the Cavs' progress this season. There was a time this season when it was doubtful that the Cavaliers would even be in contention for the playoffs, but here you are. Your thoughts about the progress that they've made?
Yeah, there was a few games that we gave away this early in the season and stuff that we feel like we should have won that we lost. But then they buckled down and the hitting's come around, the pitching's come around. Everybody seems to be comfortable and relaxed now. I like the progress of the team. I think we're sitting pretty good where we are, for making the playoffs and stuff like that. We just need a couple wins and we'll be good.
Now, today the Cavs take on the Beef River Bullfrogs, a team that could be considered dangerous. They just split a doubleheader with, at that time, playoff contending Cadott. Now, the last time the Cavaliers were in this type of position was about a week and a half ago when they faced Bloomer, who pulled off a 3-2 upset over the Cavaliers. How do you prevent that from happening again?
Well, we're not taking Jim Falls lightly, I'll tell you that. Or Beef River, sorry, Beef River. I always call him Jim Falls. It's like the 10th time in the last 2 weeks. Everybody I talk to. We're not taking these guys lightly. They pushed us really hard earlier in the season. We had to have a comeback win against them. And that was a close one, I believe. It's just, we got to win games. And we got to win games that we're supposed to win. And the Bloomer hiccup one is really frustrating. It still keeps me up at night and stuff like that because baseball's a funny game and we got to be ready to play. Because we had a big one against Riverman come up this weekend too. But we got to focus on beating these guys today. I mean, it's just what we have to do.
Now, the last time these two teams met, the Cavaliers did come out on top 5-2, although that was a much closer game than anybody ever thought it was going to be. What can you tell us about the Bullfrogs?
Well, they had us down 2-0 in that game. They got a couple of good pitchers out there that they throw, and they're spoilers like Bloomer is. You know, it's. I think who'd they throw against us the first time? Was it Bartles? Yeah. So we might see Bartles again, and that kid's going to be added to one of these WBA rosters. He's a good pitcher and stuff like that. So we might see him. It depends on who they threw against Cadet and stuff like that, and how well rested everybody is. But you know, we just got to go to work and do our job. And our job is to manufacture some runs and just give our pitchers some cushions a little bit so they don't have to be stress pitching every single inning. But yeah, it's a winnable game. We know that, and they know that they can play the spoilers, so it's a winnable game for them. So we're just going to go and do our best, and hopefully we stay hot like we've been, and everything turns out our way.
And mathematically, depending on a couple of other CRBL results, this could lock up a playoff spot for you. It
could, depending on where everything else falls and everything else. I know there's a couple of teams that have 3 games left, a couple teams only have 1 game left. The ones we're competing with the Bears and the Rivermen, obviously the Rivermen's going to be a big game. I just don't want that. I don't want it to come down to that game for us to make the playoffs or not the playoffs. I'd like to lock it up today if we can, and just depending on how everything else falls today with the other teams, maybe we will. But I'd like to win going in.
Yes.
You said that earlier.
Yeah.
And it's true. I'd like to win going in.
Yeah, we were chatting before we got started here, and we talked about different scenarios, and one of them was basically backing in, and I said, yeah, but that's not a way to get into the playoffs. You want to?
No, and then I'd like to. It would be nice to have it sewn up by today. You know, dropping that one in Bloomer, you keep bringing that up, and it's frustrating me because if we win that one, you know, realistically, we win today, it's over. You know, that type of thing. So that's kind of frustrating, but. Again, we control our own destiny when it comes to the CRBL race. We know exactly what we have to do, and if we do what we're supposed to do, nobody else can knock us out.
Now, with the Rivermen coming up this weekend, any idea who you're throwing tonight, or is that going to be more of a game time thing?
No, it's going to be Milner. You know, we saved him for that. That way we have Costley on a 5-day rest type stuff, and Vance and those guys. So we're going to throw Milner tonight, and he knows that. So.
Okay.
He's ready to go, and that's, you know, again, big-time pitchers, you know, that we have, they take big-time games.
And he has sure been on a hot streak.
Yes, so we're going to ride that as long as we can. So it's a 9-inning game. So we're going to
polish up those surfboards.
Yep. Hoping he can give me 6 or 7. We'll see.
All right. Ryan, good luck on today's game. Hopefully the Cavaliers find a way to maybe lock up that CRBL playoff spot.
That would be nice.
You've been tuned to the Ryan Bempnister Show presented by the Goat Coffee House on Water Street in Eau Claire. With Cavalier manager Ryan Bempnister's outlook on today's game. Stay tuned. More of In the Dugout is coming right up.
Honey, the kids are antsy. What can we do that will keep all of us entertained and won't break the bank?
How about we take them to the Cavaliers game? Tickets are inexpensive, there's popcorn, hot dogs, and other baseball treats, and great baseball action.
That's right, Eau Claire Cavalier Baseball, your best choice for affordable family entertainment. Check out the schedule at www.eauclaircavaliers.org.
Welcome back to In the Dugout, as we're getting ready to bring you all the action of today's important CRBL game between the Eau Claire Cavaliers and the Beef River Bullfrogs. Now, there was action in the CRBL back on Sunday, and since things are pretty darn close in the Chippewa River Baseball League playoff race, this seems like it would be a good time to take a look around the Chippewa River Baseball League to see where things stand. On Sunday, the Eau Claire Rivermen swept a doubleheader from the Jim Falls Sturgeons 6-2 and 13-0. The Augusta Athletics and the Bloomer Woodticks split their doubleheader, with Augusta winning 9-5 and Bloomer winning the other game 1-0. The Cadet Red Sox and the Beef River Bullfrogs also split their doubleheader, with Cadet winning the opener 2-0 and the Bullfrogs winning the nightcap 8-7. Now that left the league standings as follows. In the North, the 17-3 Tilden Tigers have locked up the division title and hold a 7-game lead over the 9-9 Cadet Red Sox. Meanwhile, the Chippewa Falls Lumberjacks are in third place at 8-9, 7.5 games back, while the Jim Falls Sturgeons are 10 games out at 6-12, and the 6-13 Bloomer Woodticks are 10.5 back. In the South, the 17-2 Osseo Merchants are the division champs, and they hold a 5-game lead over the 11-6 Eau Claire Cavaliers, while the 12-7 Eau Claire Rivermen are only percentage points behind the Cavaliers, and the 10-7 Eau Claire Bears are 6 games back. The 3-16 Beef River Bullfrogs occupy 5th place, and the 2-17 Augusta Athletics are in 6th. In the wild card race for 2 spots in the playoffs, the Cavaliers are still leading the way with the Eau Claire Rivermen only percentage points back. However, the Rivermen have only 1 game remaining, and that's the continuation of the suspended game with the Cavaliers, which will be played on Sunday. The Eau Claire Bears are right behind at 10-7 and 1 game back with 3 games remaining. The Cadott Red Sox are holding on by the skin of their teeth and need a lot of help to get in. In CRBL action today, in addition to the Cavaliers traveling to Spangberg Field in Strum to take on the Beef River Bullfrogs, the Chippewa Falls Lumberjacks will host the Jim Falls Sturgeons at Casper Park in Chippewa Falls, while the Augusta Athletics will host the Eau Claire Bears at Jan Kruger Memorial Field in Augusta. Now, coming up next, following this timeout, we'll get to know one of this season's Eau Claire Cavalier players on Cavalier Profile. You're tuned to In the Dugout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ballgame. Our next broadcast will be on Sunday, July 30th, when we will bring you the Cavaliers taking on the Eau Claire Rivermen from Fairfax Park in Eau Claire in a continuation of the game that was suspended due to weather on July 19th. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at noon. That's live Eau Claire Cavalier baseball on Sunday, July 30th on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Time now to get to know a Cavalier player on Cavalier Profile. We'll get to know a little better who plays on this year's Eau Claire Cavalier baseball team. And now, Cavalier Profile.
I hop back in, and ever since. It would.
How about filling us in a little bit about your family? Folks, the watch parties are happening in California.
Definitely black, just because it soaks in all the light, and I don't know, I just think black goes with everything.
It does. You can pair it with anything, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. If you had a superpower, what would that be?
Definitely to teleport, just to be in one place at one time, and then all of a sudden you're in another place at another time, like being here, and then next second I could be in Paris.
Okay. All right. Now, this is the tough part of this question. If you have that superpower of being able to teleport, of course you have to have a superhero name. So, what's Josh's superhero name?
That's a hard one. I've never thought of that. I don't know. My nickname with my friends is Thunder Thighs, so I don't know. I guess Thunder Thighs. Oh, definitely the Anaheim Angels. It's been my #1 team since I was a kid, and it still is today.
Inspired you as you were growing up?
Vladimir Guerrero, definitely. He was my biggest inspiration. He was on. I just enjoyed watching him play baseball for the Angels, and then even after the Angels, I still enjoyed watching him play baseball. Definitely at the gym. I'm such a big gym rat. I enjoyed just pumping the iron, I guess.
When people watch you playing in Cavalier games, where are they going to find you?
Probably in the infield. I enjoy playing the infield, but I can play anywhere, so just keep a heads up for me, I guess.
All right, keep a heads up for Josh Garcia. We want to thank him for joining us today on Cavalier Profile. Coming up next, more In the Dugout.
This has been Cavalier Profile, where we get to know a little better who plays on the Cavalier baseball team. Stay tuned, more In the Dugout coming right up.
The Eau Claire Cavaliers would like to take veterans out to the ball game. That's right, as a thank you for your service, any veteran of the United States military can receive a lifetime pass for free admission to all Cavalier home games. Just come to Carson Park with your veteran identification, and the Cavaliers will issue you a free lifetime pass to all Cavalier home games. That's just the Cavaliers' way of saying thank you for your service.
Welcome back to In the Dugout. Today, the Cavaliers face off against the Beef River Bullfrogs in a game that, depending on some other CRBL results, could punch the Cavaliers' ticket to the CRBL playoffs. Keys to today's game: don't let the moment get too big. Simply play Cavalier baseball and have the confidence that the results will take care of themselves. That all means that you're about to see some exciting Cavalier baseball, and we'll have it for you right here on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. Now, in just a moment, I'll be joining the rest of our broadcast crew at Spangberg Field in Strum as we bring you all the action of today's game between the Eau Claire Cavaliers and the Beef River Bullfrogs. That's all coming up next. You've been tuned to In the Dugout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
You've been watching the In the Dugout show with a look at today's Eau Claire Cavalier game. This has been a presentation of NLWN-TV. Stay tuned. Coming up next is live Eau Claire Cavalier baseball. It happens to everyone eventually. Your computer goes on the fritz. Fear not, Sladen's Technology Services can help. When your computer decides to not cooperate, it can be very frustrating. Let Sladen's Technology Services keep you from wanting to drive your computer right off a cliff. Sladen's Technology Services supports business of all sizes. They offer assistance with managed anti-malware, encrypted email, fast tech support, data backup, and recovery, and more. Call Sladen's Technology Services at 715-864-2833 and get the IT help you desire. Sladen's Technology Services is the official IT service for the Northern Light Webcasting Network. Eau Claire Cavalier baseball is on the air. The Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV proudly brings you today's Eau Claire Cavalier game. Join us as we follow the Cavs while they battle their way through the Chippewa River Baseball League.
Fly ball into left field. Could it be? Could it be? Way back. Toss the fence and it's out of here. It's a 3-run home run and the Cavaliers take the lead.
And now, out to the ballpark for coverage of today's game.
And welcome to Spangberg Field in Strum, Wisconsin, as we're getting ready to bring you the Eau Claire Cavaliers taking on the Beef River Bullfrogs. Rick Olson here, along with Ben Ryder and Ann Monroe, and over in the bleachers running the camera is Dan Petchow. He's going to get you all the good shots of today's game on a hot and toasty day in Strum. And I feel for the home plate umpire tonight. I feel for him with all that gear he's got to wear in this kind of weather. He heard me say that. So now he won't get mad if I question one of his calls on the air. So, Ben, it's a toasty one. Welcome to our broadcast trailer. What do you think of this here?
I like it. I like the fan. I like being in the shade. This is nice. Thank you, Rick.
You don't have the best view of the field from over at your end. I can see most of it. And the Bullfrogs have just finished taking their infield practice. Cavaliers will go out and take theirs in just a moment. So while they do that, Ben, why don't you give us the starting lineups for tonight's game?
Batting first, playing second base, Caden Erickson.
This is for the Cavaliers.
This is for the Cavaliers. Sorry.
That's okay.
Usually we're the home team. Sorry about that. Batting second, the DH, Xavier Bemnister. Batting third, right fielder, Gabe O'Brien. Batting fourth, in his last game of the year, first baseman, Cooper Kapenke. Batting fifth, the Cuban Missile Crisis, playing left field, Jack Redwine. Catcher, batting sixth, Cole Timon. Batting seventh, the extra hitter, Cody Dayton. Batting eighth, center fielder, Luke Erickson. Batting ninth, shortstop, Ben Boda. Batting 10th, third baseman, Josh Garcia. On the mound, Andrew Milner.
And for the Beef River Bullfrogs?
Batting first, shortstop, Austin Baker. Batting second, catcher, Taylor Rathke. Batting third, left fielder, Will Thibodeau. Batting fourth, designated hitter, Ryan Gray. Batting fifth, the extra hitter, Reese Lucas. Batting sixth, right fielder, Kyle Maug. Batting seventh, third baseman, Mason Koska. Batting eighth, center fielder, Carter Johnson. Batting ninth, second baseman, Gio Basil. Batting 10th, first baseman, Storm Stanford.
Okay, and that is Bazile. Oh, the base umpire is here. It's none other than Tim Wilt. We just had him last night. And yeah, we're having a chat here with the our plate umpire, our base umpire. I'll get it right here. And yeah, he was pretty impressed. He was a bases umpire last night, and it's always good to see Tim Wilson. I had a chance to coach with him for a couple of years over at Colfax, both baseball and football, and Tim is a great guy. And you know, there were people that didn't like some of the coaching decisions he made, but I guarantee you every decision that Tim made was for the benefit of the kids. And so I have a ton of respect for Tim Wilson. I don't always agree with the calls he makes when he's out there umpiring, but that's baseball. You're not supposed to agree with him every time. Yes, and he did call last night's game, and he was pretty impressed with that game.
I was very fortunate. Every time I would be at the gym, I got to talk to him in the sauna, and many great conversations with him.
Yeah, we don't need to go into all of those.
No.
There's another question I have for you, and this seems like a good pregame one, if it's something you can share on the air. Cuban Missile Crisis for Jack Redwine, where does that come from? What's the origins of that nickname?
You know, when I was at my first Cavs game this year, they called him the Cuban Missile Crisis, and I think he went like 3 for 3. So I thought, why not bring it back?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I thought maybe there was some kind of story of him as a little kid or something, but nope, that's not the case. It's actually a Cavalier legend. You also brought up a bittersweet moment that's going to happen tonight. We have Cooper Kapanke playing in his final game as a Cavalier, or at least final as far as we know at this point, because he is moving to Texas to begin a new career down there. Not baseball related, but he's been an integral part of the Cavaliers for a number of years now, and it will be sad to see him go, but also very happy for him starting a new future down there, and wish him nothing but the very best of luck, or something like that comes out of my mouth. We will have Cooper joining us in Talking Baseball at the end of today, or at the end of the game today, along with manager Ryan Bemnister when he comes over for Talking Baseball. We'll get a little bit of a chance to talk to Cooper and see what life holds for him coming up. So it's going to be a couple minutes yet before we're ready to get things started, as the Cavaliers are still taking their drills, and we'll be back with National Anthem and any other starting ceremonies they have here at Spangberg Field on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Jason, let's go see your room.
How is it? Is it good?
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Hey, can you chop the pineapple? Chop the pineapple.
Nope. I'm high. How about I wash off the grapes?
Yes.
Okay.
You're already making good decisions when you're high.
I want tacos. Will you drive? I'm a little toasty.
Nope. I'm high. Let's order in.
Don't make an exception when it comes to driving. If you feel different, you drive different.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, but with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
And welcome back to Spangberg Field here in Strum, Wisconsin, home of the Beef River Bullfrogs. It's the first time Ann has been down here as well, and Ann made the comment that this is a pretty little ballpark, and she's right. Out of right field and around, about halfway around center field, tall stand of trees as a backdrop, and then you get over left field. It's kind of a residential area with some homes and so on. And those homes are up a little bit of a hill, so you have the green lawns functioning as a backdrop there. So actually a really nice batter's eye here at Spangberg Field. And they take pretty good care of this ballpark. And the Leva Strum baseball team plays their games here as well. And kind of running the show for the Beef River Bullfrogs is Ethan Bartles, and Ethan has all kinds of baseball experience. He's doing some coaching over at Eau Claire North, and he's also a former Northern Light Webcasting Network announcer, and did a few games with Dan and did a couple with me. Some basketball. Did one baseball game that turned out it wasn't on the air, but he got a chance to do that. That was before I knew he played for Beef River, and but that's okay. We would have brought him on board anyway because he did a nice job. And he doesn't like the fact that I've teased him about every time he comes and pitches at Carson Park, somebody goes yard on him. But that's all right. We're not at Carson Park today, and so he's not. According to Ethan, he's not going to have anybody go yard on him tonight because he's not pitching. So, Cavaliers are still taking their infield drills as we're waiting to get things started today. We're running a little bit behind schedule, I think. Let me look at my clock. Well, no, we're not. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're just a couple minutes behind schedule, but that's okay. So I'll tell you what, we'll take another brief time out and be back in time for the national anthem and starting ceremonies right after this on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
If I could be you, and you could be me, for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
The Eau Claire Cavaliers would like to take veterans out to the ball game. That's right, as a thank you for your service, any veteran of the United States military can receive a lifetime pass for free admission to all Cavalier home games. Just come to Carson Park with your veteran identification, and the Cavaliers will issue you a free lifetime pass to all Cavalier home games. That's just the Cavaliers' way of saying thank you for your service.
And we're back here at Spangberg Field. Rick Olson, Ann Monroe, Ben Ryder, Dan Petschow, ready to bring you all the action at today's game between the Eau Claire Cavaliers and the Beef River Bullfrogs. Umpires for today's game behind the plate is Teddy Joas, and as we mentioned just a little while ago, Tim Wilson is out on the bases. Tim Wilson did get to do the game last night and was really impressed with the Cavaliers against the Osseo Merchants in that 3-1 victory the Cavaliers pulled off. And we're going to turn it over to the public address system now.
The second baseman, number 6, Xavier Erickson. Batting second will be the designated hitter.
Bye back, Nathan.
Pardon me, Caden Erickson. Batting second will be his designated hitter. Number 4, Xavier Bemnister. Batting third, the right fielder, number 47, Gabe O'Brien. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 7, Cooper Campy. Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 20, Jack Redwine. Batting sixth, the catcher, number 19, Cole Timon. Batting seventh, the extra hitter, number 25, Cody Dayton. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 14, Luke Erickson. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 17, Ben Broda. Batting 10th, the third baseman, number 3, Josh Garcia. Starting lineup for your Beef River Bullfrogs. Batting first, the shortstop, number 3, Austin Baker. Batting second, the catcher, number 6, Taylor Rafty. Batting third, the left fielder, number 13, Bill Thibodeau. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 8, Ryan Gray. Batting fifth, the extra hitter, number 29, Reese Lucas. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 2, Kyle Mao. Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 23, Mason Casca. Batting eighth, the center fielder, number 7, Carter Johnson. Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 4, Gio Baseo. Batting 10th, the first baseman, number 25, Storm Standerfield. Pitching will be number 22, Tim Anderson.
Weird, each track shuts down for a couple of months. But they keep going. I want to say they said that it's like a month and a half. Yeah, and I'm sure
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the singing of our national anthem.
So, I mean, I don't know in that series how many tracks they
And that's the playing of our national anthem here from Spangberg Field in Strum, Wisconsin. And we're just about ready to get things started. And waiting for the Bullfrogs to take to the field. By the way, our Geno's player of the game tonight is Ben Boda. So remember, when you go out to Geno's tomorrow, you mention Ben Boda's name, and you'll get yourself a free soft drink. And if Ben should find a way to score tonight, and of course we hope he does find that, it'll make our Ben very happy because it'll mean a free appetizer for your table. Say that twice. And yeah, but you do, Ben, because I didn't have your mic turned on.
I said you don't got to say that twice.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're just about getting ready to get going. Tim Anderson is on the mound for the Beef River Bullfrogs, and we don't have any pitching statistics on Tim Anderson. We do have statistics from the Bullfrogs. How recent they are, I'm not sure. Although they should be fairly, because Will Thibodeau shows he's played 18 games, and Kyle Mogg has 17, and that's pretty close to where they're at. So Cavaliers playing for quite a bit tonight. Depending on what happens in the game between the Eau Claire Bears and the Augusta Athletics, the Cavs could clinch a playoff spot with a victory tonight. So, leading off for the Cavaliers, the second baseman, Caden Erickson.
Caden comes in batting .333 on the season.
And Caden steps in.
The second baseman, number 6, Caden
Anderson looks in for his sign. He winds, fires the pitch. Ground ball hard over to third, and it kind of ate up Mason Koska at third base, and Erickson is safe on first.
13, game time temperature 84 degrees.
84 degrees is the game time temperature.
First pitch, 7-12.
And let's see. Yeah, Erickson's on an air by the third baseman. Xavier Bemnister at the plate. He fouls it down the third base line. Nice stop by manager Ryan Bemnister down in the third base box. Snagged it right in front of Ethan Bartles. Here's the pitch. Ground ball over to third, throw to second for one. No, he dropped the ball. Second baseman Gio Bazile drops the ball, and so Bemnister grounds into a fielder's choice. And we have runners at first and second. Erickson is at second. Bemnister at first. Nobody out. Gabe O'Brien. And the first pitch is a called strike.
O'Brien comes in batting .298.
By the way, it's 3:05 down right field. The left field line's covered up by vegetation.
3:05 and left.
It's 3:05 and left? Okay, I'll believe you. So it's fairly symmetrical. 365 straightaway center field. And they are not using the scoreboard here. Foul ball down the right side. Here's the pitch. Pop foul out of play. 2 strikes. One ball and 2 strikes. Now it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And here's the pitch. High pop up out into center field. Moving under it is Johnson. He makes the catch. Erickson tags and goes to third. So O'Brien flies out to center but moves a runner over. And it's going to bring up Cooper Kapanke.
First baseman, number 7, Cooper Kapanke.
Kapanke batting .338. Here's the pitch. Runner goes to second, and there's no throw as Rathke couldn't quite find the handle on the ball.
Cooper Kapanke leads the Cavs in batting average.
Erickson on third. Bemnister on second. Here's the pitch. That's high for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. And the pitch. Ground ball foul down the third baseline. 2 balls and 1 strike. Anderson at the belt, and he delivers. That's down low. No, he called it a strike. Teddy Joas calls it a strike. Counts even at 2-2. Anderson looks and fires. Curveball, and it got Kapanke right in the knee. So, bases are now loaded for Jack Redwine.
Jack Redwine with a .268 batting average.
Redwine, the left-handed hitter. Runners all take their lead. Swing and a miss, it's fouled away. Got just a piece of it. No balls and a strike. 1 out. Anderson looks in, looks over at third. Now he delivers. That's down low for a ball. Counts even at 1-1. Anderson looks at third and delivers. Ground ball out to second. Flips to the shortstop for 1 out, but a run comes in to score. So Redwine grounds into a fielder's choice. 4-6, but he gets an RBI. As Erickson came in to score. And the Cavaliers go up on top, 1-0. Runners on the corners now. And stepping up to the plate is Cole Timon. Soft liner out into right field. That's going to fall in. 1 run's in. And over at third, and he's in safely because Koska did not have control of the ball. So Redwine safe. Bemnister comes in to score.
The extra hitter, number 25, Cody Dayton.
And we've got a courtesy runner coming in for Timon.
Looks like Wathke.
And we have a fly ball out into left field. That one's deep. It's off the wall. 1 run is in. Coming into third, and he fell flat on his face. And now we have 2 runners kind of hung up. And he's out. And Wathke kind of lost his footing rounding second, and about halfway between second and third stumbled. Cody Dayton gets credit for a single to left. And then Wathke is put out. But that's going to finish the top half of the first inning. And
3 hits, 2 errors, 2 left.
3 runs for the Cavs on 2 hits. 2 errors, and I think there was 1 left on by the time everything was said and done. So, you're tuned to Cavalier Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
I love the pizza we get when we go to Gino's Pizza.
That's because Gino's has been voted best pizza in the Chippewa Valley 5 years in a row.
I think it's because Gino's uses the freshest ingredients, premium quality meats, cheeses, savory spices, and zesty toppings. And all served with attention to detail.
Now you're making me hungry. Let's head to Gino's Pizza.
Scott and the rest of the folks at Gino's Pizza would like to invite you to come out and try the area's best pizza. Call about Monday through Wednesday dine-in specials at 715-835-2000. That's Gino's Pizza at 5110 Fairview Drive, Eau Claire, right next to Chaos Water Park.
So don't forget, our Gino's player of the game is Ben Boda. He'll be coming up second inning. On the mound for the Cavaliers tonight is Andrew Milner. And Milner comes into tonight's game with a 4-2 record. He has a 2.76 earned run average. The impressive statistic for Andrew Milner is his 69 strikeouts in only 45 2/3 innings pitched. Leading off for the Beef River Bullfrogs, Austin Baker. He comes into the game batting 185. Playing shortstop. Milner winds and delivers. Just high for a ball. Our vantage point, we don't have a great inside-outside look, but we have a really good high-low look. Here's the pitch. That's right down the middle for a strike. Of course, your vantage point with Dan is pretty good for left and right. Here's the pitch. Foul back into the screen, strike two. Here's the pitch. Ground ball over to short, picked up, throw to first, and he beat it out. And I think that might go as an error on Boda because he had trouble picking it up. A clean play would have gotten him. So Baker safe at first on the error. It's going to bring up Taylor Rathke.
Rathke batting 258 on the season.
And playing catcher. Pitch is high for a ball. Baker takes a lead. And the pitch is inside for a ball. Yeah, for a minute though, the scoreboard had us scared. Ann was pointing it out to me, and it had Cavaliers on top, 2-0. Runner goes, soft liner out into the left field. Run around second and coming into third. So it's a base hit for Rathke. And Austin Baker is over at third. Brings up Will Thibodeau.
Will Thibodeau coming in batting 385 on the season.
Fielder number 13, Will Thibodeau.
Thibodeau leads the team in singles.
Thibodeau steps in. And the pitch. That's high for a ball. Nobody out. Runners on the corners. Throw over to first. Rathke back in. Baker ready to take off for the plate if the chance arises. Here's the pitch. It's high for a ball. Two balls, no strikes. And the pitch. High and tight. 3-0 is the count. Ryan Gray on deck. And there's a strike on the inside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike. Milner looks in and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 2, runner goes to second, and they got him at second, runner breaks for the plate, and he's gonna score. So Rathke is caught stealing.
Thrown out at second. Baker scores.
And Baker gets a stolen base of home on the double steal.
You think a good throw would have got him, Rick?
Would have been real close had he recognized the play a little quicker. He could have gotten it. It was like it took him a second to realize, wait a minute, the guy could be breaking for the plate. Fly ball out into center field, heading over, and it's going to fall in. And they get the ball back in. And Thibodeau is on with a single.
I tell you what, there's no quitting this Beef River team.
No, not at all. They've played a lot of really close games. Don't let that record of theirs fool you. And they would love nothing more than play spoiler for the Cavaliers.
You got that right.
Ryan Gray at the plate with one out. Swing and a miss for strike one.
Gray comes in tied with the team for 20 hits.
That's 351. Swing and a miss, strike two. What are his power numbers like over there? You've got that in front of you?
So he's got 20 hits, 13 singles, 6 doubles,
Foul
one
tip,
home run.
strike three.
Gray strikes out for number 2.
That's going to bring up former Cavalier Reese Lucas. He was with the Cavs last season. He's the extra hitter.
Reese Lucas.
Lucas comes in batting .278.
Swing and a miss, strike one. And the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two, throw down to first. Kapanke keeps it from going out into right field. Ground ball foul. Milner fires. Fly ball into center field. Moving back is Bemnister, and he makes the catch. Check that. That's Erickson making the catch. So, 1 run on 2 hits. There was 1 Cavalier error and 1 left on base. We've played an inning, and it's the Cavaliers 3 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal. The sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us, on the roads that unite us. Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to be the fuel that keeps you firing on all cylinders.
Visit either of Eau Claire's 2 locally owned Napa Auto Parts stores on Highway 93 or North Claremont Avenue.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal. The sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us, on the roads that unite us. Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to be the fuel that keeps you firing on all cylinders.
Visit either of Eau Claire's 2 locally owned Napa Auto Parts stores on Highway 93 or North Claremont Avenue.
I don't know why you didn't see the images in that ad, but we'll try and get that figured out. Anyway, we have the top of the second coming up for the Cavaliers. We have Luke Erickson, Ben Boda, and Josh Garcia.
Starting out the top half of this.
So leading off for the Cavaliers, Luke Erickson.
Erickson coming, batting 214.
Cavs on top, 3-1 as we head to the second. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. And it's a strike called. No balls, 2 strikes to Luke Erickson. The Cavaliers. Swing and a miss.
Erickson strikes out for round number 1.
Erickson goes down on strikes. Brings up our Geno's player of the game, Ben Boda. Remember, go out to Geno's Pizza tomorrow. Mention Ben Boda's name, get a free soft drink. Here's the pitch. That one missed for a strike.
Boda comes in batting 139 on the season. That one was a bit high.
Two balls and no strikes to Ben Boda. And it's a ground ball.
I had a chance to watch Ben Boda in the batting cage before the game, and boy, was he impressive. Hopefully some of that will transfer into this game. A little bit low there. Two balls, 1 strike. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And we have some camera freezing issues going on, but Boda lines a line shot right over to the third baseman. That's Casca. 2 down. And that brings up Josh Garcia, the third baseman for the Cavaliers.
Josh Garcia.
Garcia coming in batting 265.
Still not. And the pitch. Line shot over to second. Throw to first in time. And Garcia is out. And so are the Cavaliers. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We played an inning and a half. And it's the Cavaliers 3 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light. Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
When you have that craving for a home-cooked meal the way Mom used to make it, rest assured, you can still get that meal by going to Mom's Restaurant and Pub in Colfax. Mom's is open daily serving breakfast and lunch, and don't forget dinner on Friday nights with Mom's famous fish fry. The coffee is always hot, the breakfast is always delicious, and lunch will put a smile on your face and in your stomach. 225 Bremer Avenue, Colfax. Call 715-962-4617. That's Mom's Restaurant and Pub.
Regardless of where you are on your path to retirement, you can still take charge of your financial future today. Visit aceyourretirement.org and answer a few questions from Avo, your friendly digital retirement coach, for free tips, resources, and advice customized for your situation to help you feel confident and prepared for retirement. Retirement looks different for everyone. Make sure you're prepared for your financial future at aceyourretirement.org.
We're back here in Strum.
Starting off the bottom half of the second inning for the
And leading off for the Bullfrogs is Kyle Mogg.
Mogg coming in batting 171 on the season.
Well, I don't know, folks, why our cameras are not cooperating. Swing and a miss. Strike two. And swing and a miss for strike three. Small goes down swinging. Mason Koska coming to the plate.
Koska coming in batting 167 on the season.
Mason Koska.
And he follows that one back. One ball, one strike now to Mason Koska. Pitch is high and away, ball two. Ground ball picked up by Garcia. High throw over to first, and it's out of Kapanke's reach. And it's going to be an error on Garcia.
Koska reaches on the stringer.
And he will advance to second.
Because that went out of play. That's going to bring up Carter Johnson.
Number 17, Carter Johnson.
And that pitch is a ball. One ball, no strikes. Swing and a miss for a strike. Counts even at 1-1. Runner at second, and the pitch swung on a miss, strike two. And the pitch is high. Swing and a miss for strike three.
He blew that one by him.
The second baseman, number 4, Gio Basso.
Now batting Gio Bazile.
And the pitch is high for a ball. Two down.
Bazile batting 200 on the season.
Here's the pitch by Milner. Check swing high for a ball. Two balls, no strike. And there's a strike called.
And they have just turned the lights on.
Two balls and a strike. And the pitch. That's low. I think it's 3 balls, 1 strike. And the pitch. And that's a called strike. Count goes full to Gio Bazile. With 2 down, Mason Koska on second. Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. That's the 4th strikeout of the game for Milner. And
The Beef River Bullfrogs go down with no runs, no hits, one Cavalier error, and one left on base. We played 2, and it's the Cavaliers 3 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. Let Menominee Eye and Optical help you see the world for the beautiful place it is. Doctors Nicholas and Marianne Comroe provide both comprehensive and emergency eye care for all, including pediatric and special needs patients. Whether it's examination for glasses to cataract and LASIK care, or diagnosis and management of macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and so much more. In addition, Menominee Eye and Optical's experienced opticians will help guide you to the highest quality eye care for the best value. That's Menominee Eye and Optical, located at 520 Wilson Avenue in Menominee, where they specialize in quality, personalized care for you and your family.
Prizes after every half inning all night long. So keep those.
Getting ready for the third inning. Due up for the Cavaliers, the top of the order, Caden Erickson, Xavier Bemnister, and Gabe O'Brien. Facing Tim Anderson. And we're still waiting for Taylor Rathke to get out there. A nice warm evening here in Strum, Wisconsin.
And this will be the second time the Cavs have seen this pitcher.
See if they learned anything the first time around.
We'll see.
Starting out the top of the third inning for the Eau Claire Cavaliers, the second baseman, number 6, Caden Erickson.
Caden Erickson at the plate. He grounded into an error by the third baseman, Koska, his last time up. And the first pitch is a called strike at the knees. Anderson likes that call. And the pitch. Ground ball over to third. Koska gets this one, fires it to first, and they got him. Koska wasn't going to get fooled by it twice. That's going to bring up Xavier Bemnister. He grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up, but it was one of those fielder's choices where the runner wasn't out because there was an error on the second baseman. And the first pitch is a strike on the outside edge.
And for you youngsters out there, notice how the catcher ran down and backed up that play.
Here's the wind. And the pitch. Line shot right back up the middle into center field. And Bemnister continues with a hot bat.
Bemnister reaches on the base hit.
That's going to bring up Gabe O'Brien, who flew to center field, advanced a runner in the process.
Right fielder number 47, Gabe O'Brien.
There are things, Ben, that they call productive outs, and that was one.
Yes, it was.
Here's the pitch. High pop up into right field, moving back. That's deeper than it looked. And making a catch right in front of the fence is Kyle Maug.
O'Brien flies up deep right field for number 2.
That one carried further than I thought it was going to.
I think if he would have pulled that one, it might have been gone.
So up steps Cooper Kapanke. Cooper did not get a hit his last time up. Rather, he got hit. So he digs in, hoping to return the favor here. And the pitch. Strike called. No balls in a strike.
Here's the pitch. That's down low. It gets past Rathke, and down to second goes Bemnister. One ball, one strike to Cooper Kapanke. Bemnister out at second now. Here's the pitch. Inside for a ball. Two balls, one strike. And the pitch. Hard shot over to short. Picked up, throw over to first in time. And that's the third out.
Ground to short, throw number 3.
So for the Cavaliers, no runs, one hit, no errors, one left. And we've played 2.5. And it's the Cavaliers 3 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
If your estate isn't looking quite estate-like, let Midwest Environmental Consultants landscape your estate right up to snuff with installation of retaining walls, brick patios, foundation planting beds, and so much more. Then they'll keep it that way with their expert lawn care service. Call Midwest Environmental Consultants at 608-468-2067. Let Midwest Environmental Consultants help make your estate the showplace of the neighborhood.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training on a Friday afternoon, and the very next day he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. You don't know how much somebody can hide what's going on inside their head. Store your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
We head to the bottom of the third inning. And due up for the Bullfrogs are Storm Standiford. Then back to the top of the order, Austin Baker and Taylor Rathke. Standiford, the big lefty, steps in. Milner, the tall lefty, pitches, and he got a called strike on the outside corner. And the pitch. Line shot. Foul. Down the right field line.
He wasn't fooled by that one.
No, he wasn't. There's the pitch. Ground ball down the third base line this time. Count holds at 0-2. Milner winds, and the 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. He pulled the string on that one. That time he was fooled.
Looked like an off-speed pitch.
So, that's taking us back to the top of the order. Austin Baker. Now Baker got out on an error by Ben Boda his first time up and ended up scoring the lone run for the Bullfrogs. Milner's pitch, it's a little bit low for a ball. Milner winds and delivers. That was low and inside for a ball. Two balls and one strike. And that one missed.
Baker has appeared in 10 games this season.
There's a fly ball to center field. Erickson moving over. He's not going to get there. It's going to get out near the fence. Baker rounds first, and he checks into second with a stand-up double.
Baker reaches on the double.
That's going to bring up Taylor Rathke. Rathke singled his last time up to center field.
Catcher, number 6, Taylor Rathke.
Rathke leads the team in at-bats with 62.
.63 if you count the last time he came up and singled.
Thank you.
Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss, strike one. And the pitch is high and away for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike, 1 out. 1 on. Time is called. Rathke wanted time. And Teddy Joas gave it to him. Milner at the belt. He looks at second. Now he delivers. That just missed outside. Two balls and 1 strike. And the 2-1 pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 2. Counts even at 2-2. And the pitch. Ground ball, foul down the first baseline. Count holds at 2-2. And the pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. 2 down. It's going to bring up Will Thibodeau. Thibodeau singled to center field his last time up. And the pitch is on the inside corner for a strike.
Thibodeau leads the team in hitting.
And a fly ball out into center field. And Luke Erickson makes a spectacular catch out there.
Thibodeau pops out to center field on a great play for out number 3.
3 outs and no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We've played 3, and it's the Cavaliers 3 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Royal Credit Union's low rates and flexible terms on auto loans can help keep your payments low. Get a great rate on your next car or truck purchase, or refinance an existing vehicle with an auto loan from Royal Credit Union. Royal also offers loans for buying or refinancing boats, UTVs, and other vehicles. Royal Credit Union wants to help keep your payments low. Check rates and apply for a Royal Credit Union vehicle loan online at rcu.org/autorate. Subject to credit approval.
Back here at Spangberg Field, and we're in the top of the 4th inning. Due up for the Cavaliers, we have Jack Redwine, Cole Timon, and Cody Dayton.
Once again, Amazon Fire Stick 5615. $20 bill.
Waiting for...
5515. Come on up to the announcer's table. You have any one of those numbers.
We're waiting for somebody to show up somewhere.
I was thinking I just won a bike, but I guess I didn't.
I thought maybe that was Ethan Bartle's new mode of transportation. Yeah, I don't know what the story is there.
But I tell you, this coach, he does it all. He brings the bike out for the kid to win. Now he's warming up the pitcher. He's my idol. Never a day off for this guy.
No, Ethan's a hard worker. Although we're still waiting for a catcher. Because Ethan's just warming up the pitcher.
And the Cavalier coach is laughing about something.
Well, he just delivered a piece of equipment over there, and I don't know what it was.
Once again, purple ticket number 5515 or 5.
You know, sometimes in baseball, you don't just have one job.
No. But Taylor Rathke is now out there.
That way.
Well, evidently we have more than one job too. People coming here looking for prizes that they've won, and yeah, that's not us.
Oh, I got a roll of paper towel I could have gave him.
And maybe if he gets lucky, he can go to Gino's tomorrow and get a free soft drink or a free appetizer if Ben Boda comes through. Right now we have Jack Redwine stepping to the plate. Grounded into a fielder's choice last time up. This is a hard hit. Shot out into right field. It's going to one-hop the fence. Redwine rounds first, and he's going to head on into second, and he's in there safely. Leadoff double for Jack Redwine.
And the Cavs fans come alive.
That's going to bring up Cole Timon.
19, Cole Timon.
Here's the pitch. Foul ball. Somebody's car alarm is going off. I think it's annoying the fans out there in left field. The bleacher bums out there seated in their lawn chairs on top of the berm. Check swing strike called to Timon. 0-2 is the count. And the pitch. Strike three called. Timon wasn't too sure about that.
Timon strikes out throw number 1.
So one down. Cody Dayton comes to the plate. He singled to left his last time up. It's one of those seeing eye singles that just kind of found its way through.
Number 25, Cody Dayton.
And the pitch. High pop up. Shallow center field as they converge, and right fielder Maug makes the catch.
He just got under that one.
And tagging and advancing to third is Jack Redwine. You're right, though. He just got under it a little more than he wanted to. 2 down, and up steps Luke Erickson. Victim of a strikeout his first time up.
Center fielder, number 14, Luke Erickson.
Here's the pitch. Fly ball out into right center field. Moving over. Can't make the catch. Dropping the ball out there in right field is Kyle Mogg. That's going to be an error on Mogg. And Redwine does come in and score. No RBI will be given on that. Because Mogg had it right in his glove and it bounced out. And that brings up Ben Boda, our Geno's player of the game. Here's the pitch. It's low for a ball. And the pitch. That's high for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Throw over to first. Diving back in is Luke Erickson. Two balls, no strikes. To Ben Boda. Here's the pitch. That's down in the dirt. Erickson takes off for second, and he's safe. And he thought about going to third because the ball got away from the second baseman, but it was well covered by other Bullfrogs.
That's just a great job there. Heads up base running.
So Ben Boda with a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. That's a strike called. Boda taking all the way on that one. As Anderson threw his get me over pitch. At the belt and the pitch. Fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Wasn't fouled by a whole lot. So back on second base is Luke Erickson. Boda steps back into the box. Bazile playing a little cat and mouse with Erickson out at second. Pitch is high for ball 4. So there's our Geno's player of the game on base.
It's a start.
Brings up Josh Garcia, grounded to second his last time up.
The third baseman, number 3, Josh Garcia.
He was our Cavalier profile today. And the pitch. That's low for a ball. Shout out to those California viewers keeping an eye on Josh out there. Also want to give a shout out to our viewers from Sherburne, Minnesota. And the pitch. It's outside for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. The runners take their leads. Erickson over at second. And the pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. Anderson at the belt and delivers. High and away. 3 balls and a strike. This is a hitter's pitch now. And the 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4, and Garcia draws the walk. So the bases are loaded. Luke Erickson is on third. Ben Boda on second. Josh Garcia on first. Caden Erickson coming to the plate.
And the lineup turns over again.
Erickson's 0 for 2. Both times he hit the ball to the third baseman, Koska. And the first pitch is a called strike on the inside corner. Here's the pitch. Ground ball. That one got past the third baseman. Coming around to score. One run is in. And in comes Ben Boda, Argino's player of the game. And our Ben is doing backflips over in that part of the trailer. Ben, be careful. You're going to knock it off the trailer jacks.
Great job, Ben. From one Ben to another.
Caden Erickson with a single to left field. Picked up 2 RBI. And Luke Erickson scored. Ben Boda scored. And there's a fly ball foul out of play. Cavs up on top 6-1 now in the top of the 4th inning. Runners at first and second for the Cavs. No balls and a strike. Fly ball out into right field, rounding third, and coming in to score is Josh Garcia. Bemnister with a single to right. And Xavier is 2 for 3 today. And checking in at third is Caden Erickson, and we're going to have a conference at the mound.
Xavier Bemnister has really seen the ball well lately.
Between the last 2 games. Looks like Taylor Rathke is having some heat issues maybe as well. It gets mighty hot underneath all that catcher's gear. And they're going to leave things as they are. Ethan Bartles just wanted to have a bit of a conference out there at the mound, talk a little bit of strategy, settle his pitcher down, and get him ready to face Gabe O'Brien. 0 for 2 today, flew out to center and flew out to right. Cavs have runners on the corners. Pitch is low in the dirt, and down to second is Bemnister. No balls in it, or 1 ball, no strikes to O'Brien. And the 1-0 pitch. That's low for a ball. 2-0. Anderson winds and fires. Ground ball over towards second. It's picked up. Throw over to first. And they say he's safe at first, and 2 runs come in to score. So O'Brien beats out an infield hit.
Great hustle by O'Brien there. Just made something happen.
And coming in to score is Caden Erickson and Xavier Bemnister. And the Cavaliers are now on top, 9-1. Cooper Kapanke at the plate. Line shot right to the second baseman, Bazile, for the 3rd out. So for the Cavaliers, though, this inning, they pick up 6 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error and 1 left on base. So we've played 3.5, and it's the Cavaliers 9 and the Beef River Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ballgame. Our next broadcast will be on Sunday, July 30th, when we will bring you the Cavaliers taking on the Eau Claire Rivermen from Fairfax Park in Eau Claire in a continuation of the game that was suspended due to weather on July 19th. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at noon. That's live Eau Claire Cavalier baseball on Sunday, July 30th on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
When you have that craving for a home-cooked meal the way Mom used to make it, rest assured, you can still get that meal by going to Mom's Restaurant and Pub in Colfax. Mom's is open daily, serving breakfast and lunch, and don't forget dinner on Friday nights with Mom's famous fish fry. The coffee is always hot, the breakfast is always delicious, and lunch will put a smile on your face and in your stomach. 225 Bremer Avenue, Colfax. Call 715-962-4617. That's Mom's Restaurant and Pub.
Going into the bottom of the fourth inning, leading things off for the Beef River Bullfrogs, Ryan Gray struck out his first time up. Cavs on top, 9-1. Here's the pitch. Strike called.
Gray is tied with the team lead in hits with 20.
No balls, 2 strikes. And a high pop foul out of play. And the kids go running after it again. Oh, it's out in the bean field. Okay. Those kids are going to be full of beans. All good kids are. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High and inside for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Gray. Here's the pitch. That's low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. Ground ball back up the middle, picked up by Erickson, throw to first, and it's not going to be in time. Oh, maybe it was. They did get him. That was a bang play, and the home plate umpire had my view blocked. I could not see the play at first.
Looked like he got him by about a half a step.
Nice play by Caden Erickson over at second base. Reminded me of a poem that I heard back when I was in elementary school, and I know nothing of the poem other than it talked about the second baseman fielding a ball and making a pirouette and throwing it to first, and had to be explained to me what a pirouette was, and that's what Caden Erickson just did. Long explanation on that one, but it brought back childhood memories. That's what baseball does. 2 balls and no strikes to Reese Lucas. Swing and a miss, strike 1. I'm cracking up Ann over here. She's just in her seat, just dying laughing. And swinging and a miss. Of course, they were playing baseball with clubs and stones back then. You really had to watch out for the dinosaurs out in right field. Ground ball foul down the third base line. Two balls and 2 strikes. Milner's pitch swung on a miss, strike 3. Reese Lucas goes down swinging. It's going to bring up Kyle Maug.
Right fielder, number 2, Kyle Maug.
Maug struck out his first time up. Here's the pitch. It's high for a ball. 2 down, we're in the bottom of the 4th. Pitch is called strike on the inside corner. Well, they have pulled pork over there. Now I'm getting a whiff of it, and it smells really good. That pitch is low for a ball.
You know, I really like this umpire behind home plate. Every sign is easy to see.
Yeah, Teddy Joyce does a nice job and make it very deliberate. That one's fouled back. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kyle Maug. High pop up in the infield. Kapanke under it, drifting back, and he makes the catch. So, the Bullfrogs go down in order in the bottom of the 4th. We played 4, and it's the Cavaliers 9, Beef River 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal. The sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us, on the roads that unite us. Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to be the fuel that keeps you firing on all cylinders.
Visit either of Eau Claire's 2 locally owned Napa Auto Parts stores on Highway 93 or North Claremont Avenue.
Let Menominee Eye and Optical help you see the world for the beautiful place it is. Doctors Nicholas and Marianne Comro provide both comprehensive and emergency eye care for all, including pediatric and special needs patients. Whether it's examination for glasses to cataract and LASIK care, or diagnosis and management of macular degeneration, diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and so much more. In addition, Menominee Eye and Optical's experienced opticians will help guide you to the highest quality eye care for the best value. That's Menominee Eye and Optical, located at 520 Wilson Avenue in Menominee, where they specialize in quality, personalized care for you and your family.
Jason, let's go see your room.
How is it? Is it good?
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Okay, we get to the top half of the 5th inning. Got a couple of changes for you. New pitcher for the Beef River Bullfrogs is Wes Boyarski. And behind the plate, we have Parker Coach.
Wesley Boyarski, 43 innings pitched and 2 wins, 6 losses, ERA of 9.8. 28 strikeouts, 40 base on balls.
1 ball and no strikes to Jack Redwine. Redwine started off the last inning with a double. Tim Anderson went 4 innings, gave up 9 runs, but I think only 1 of those is earned. And he did give up, as we're looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. Only struck out 2. Boyarski steps off the mound. 2 balls and a strike to Jack Redwine. And a high pop foul out of play. And Parker Coach behind the plate. Coming in for Taylor Rathke.
Blue tickets ready. After the Cavs are done batting, we're going to draw for kids quick.
And we were correct. We had a chance to ask the home plate umpire, Teddy Joyce, about that. And said Rathke was feeling the heat last inning, and he was done. Curveball didn't curve quite enough. Count goes full to Jack Redwine. And there's a foul ball out of play. Makes you want to come up with that song, doesn't it? Hit the ball, Jack. Yeah, our music is so dated too, Ann. And we get a fly ball foul down the left field line.
I think Jack's going to keep hitting foul balls
until we stop singing that song.
That's yep.
Poor Ben, he doesn't know what to make of us over here. He hasn't been around us long enough yet.
The wheels are turning. Don't worry.
Boyarski at the belt. And the payoff pitch. That's low for ball 4.
That's a great at-bat.
Battle long enough, and you'll either get a hit or a walk.
Yep. 11 pitches. Wow.
That's going to bring up Cole Timon. Timon is 1 for 2, singled to right, and struck out. Struck out looking, and he wasn't too sure about that third strike call. Here's the pitch. High pop-up out into shallow right field, moving back. And almost doubling Redwine off of first was Bazile. He made the catch and fired over to first right away, and Redwine just barely got back in time. Brings up Cody Dayton. Dayton is 1 for 2. Singled and flew out to right field. And a strike called to Cody Dayton. You know, Ben, what I'm waiting to see, there have been a couple of times earlier this season when Dayton has shown some signs of power. And I'm just curious to see if that's real or if you just happen to connect on a couple. And that one's fouled out of play.
Well, I think we're going to get plenty of opportunities coming up. Lots of games left.
No balls and 2 strikes. 9-1, Cavaliers on top. Here's the pitch. Ground ball down the third base line, picked up there by Koska. Throw over to first in time. Throw to second, and Redwine gets back in. And that brings up Luke Erickson. Now, Erickson got on an error by the right fielder his last time up that scored Redwine from second.
Center fielder, number 14, Luke Erickson.
So Erickson did not get an RBI on that, but then he did later come around and score. Check swing, strike called. He scored on the RBI single by Caden Erickson that also scored our Geno's player of the game. There's the pitch by Boyarski. It's in the dirt. Parker Coach behind the plate. And the pitch. That's high for a ball. Two balls and a strike. High pop-up in the infield, moving over is Standiford, and he makes the catch for the third out.
Erickson pops out for out number 3.
So for the Cavaliers, no runs on, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We have played 4.5, and it's the Cavaliers 9 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Mom's Restaurant and Pub in Colfax has just what you need when you have that craving for a home-cooked meal the way Mom used to make it. Mom's is open from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily and until 9 on Fridays with a complete breakfast menu. Lunch includes sandwiches, salads, wraps, and burgers, along with Mom's comfort food favorites, and don't forget dinner on Fridays with Mom's famous fish fry. The coffee always hot, the breakfast always delicious, and lunch puts a smile on your face. 225 Bremer Avenue, Colfax. Call 715-962-4617. That's Mom's Restaurant and Pub in Colfax.
Regardless of where you are on your path to retirement, you can still take charge of your financial future today. Visit aceyourretirement.org and answer a few questions from Alvo, your friendly digital retirement coach, for free tips, resources, and advice customized for your situation to help you feel confident and prepared for retirement. Retirement looks different for everyone. Make sure you're prepared for your financial future at aceyourretirement.org.
Life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does.
So we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Cavaliers on top, 9-1, leading off for the Beef River Bullfrogs. Mason Koska, he's 0 for 1. Got on an error by Garcia when he airmailed the ball over to Kapanke. He airmailed it out of the ballpark, in fact. There's the pitch. That one missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Milner winds and he delivers. Foul back and the bat came back. Boy, am I glad that screen is there.
I've never seen that before.
Well, I've seen the bat go flying, but I've never seen it come straight back like that.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Straight back.
On a hot day like this, you can bet those bats are slippery. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He chased a low one that time.
So imagine, if you can, Milner getting another strikeout. I know it's hard.
Okay, because he's got 8.
Okay.
The center fielder, number 17, Carter Johnson.
And the first pitch is high for a ball. Carter Johnson at the plate. He struck out last time up.
Keep those blue tickets handy.
And the pitch. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Milner came into the game with 69 strikeouts. That pitch is outside, so he's up that number to 77.
That is absolutely amazing.
In under 50 innings. Because he has 49 2/3 right now. 3 balls and 1 strike. or actually has 50 right on the nose. And there's a strike. So count has gone full now to Carter Johnson. Milner winds, and the payoff pitch. Foul back. Johnson swung at ball 4.
Yeah, yes, he did. Thank you for doing that.
But, you know, that high fastball looks about the size of a watermelon as it's coming at you.
Been there, done that.
It's a big target.
Yep.
Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called at the knees. You could see that was right at the knees. 9 strikeouts for Milner tonight. Gio Bazile is at the plate. He also struck out. And it's fouled into the glove for strike 1.
I am in absolute awe of the camera view behind home plate.
Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
That is absolutely amazing.
A pretty good view of what the hitter is seeing with that ball coming towards you. Here's the wind and Milner's pitch. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And Milner strikes out the side in the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We've played 5, and it's the Cavaliers 9 and the Bullfrogs 1 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The Eau Claire Cavaliers would like to take veterans out to the ball game. That's right. As a thank you for your service, any veteran of the United States military can receive a lifetime pass for free admission to all Cavalier home games. Just come to Carson Park with your veteran identification, and the Cavaliers will issue you a free lifetime pass to all Cavalier home games. That's just the Cavaliers' way of saying thank you for your service.
We're back here at Spangberg Field, and, you know, is it my imagination or is it actually starting to cool down a little bit?
It's starting to cool down.
Either that or we just acclimated to it.
No, and I got a nice breeze where I am.
We're from Wisconsin. That will never happen.
Ann says we're from Wisconsin. That will never happen. Due up for the Cavaliers in the 6th inning. Ben Boda, or Gino, is player of the game, followed by Josh Garcia and Caden Erickson. Don't forget that Ben Boda did score 2 innings ago, and therefore when you go out to Gino's tomorrow, you mention Ben Boda's name, and you'll get yourself a free appetizer for your table. Limit 1 per table.
$20 purple ticket number 5.
But here is the guy that got you that appetizer if you should so decide to go take advantage of it. You know, it's supposed to be a really hot day tomorrow, and we've been talking about maybe
hitting the shortstop number 17, Ben Butter.
going and taking in a movie. Maybe a trip out to Gino's might be in line too.
I hear they have air conditioning.
Yeah, they have air conditioning. Here's the pitch to Boda. That's a strike called. Boda's one of those hitters that oftentimes like to take the first strike the first time around on a pitcher. So he knows what it looks like from that guy. Boyarski delivers and Boda fouls it back.
You know, I got to say, Ben Boda's defense at shortstop has really been good during this playoff push.
Yeah, he did make the error today, but otherwise it's been pretty flawless. And the pitch. Line shot out into center field for a base hit. Ben Boda rounds first. He's going to hold there.
Boda reaches on the base hit.
So Boda's 1 for 2 today, and that's going to bring up Josh Garcia. Garcia 0 for 1, but he did draw a walk and scored a run.
This half inning, we'll be giving away Badger tickets.
And the throw over to first. Boda back in safely. Had to get his uniform dirty in the process.
You're right, that is very stupid. You can't just
And another throw over. Boda back. And Garcia grounds it over to short. Scooped up there. Well, it's not scooped up. No play at first, no play at second. And everybody's safe on the air by Baker.
And that is why you hustle whenever you run to first base. You never know.
So Josh Garcia at first, Ben Boda at second. Back to the top of the order, Caden Erickson. Caden is 1 for 3. Been on twice. And the pitch is high for a ball. He's hit a 2 RBI single his last time up to left field. And the pitch. Check swing. You know, I'd say stop down at the Goat Coffee House sometime, and that's where we do the Ryan Bemnister show, and pretty good chance that your barista might very well be Caden Erickson himself. He's always willing to talk a little baseball with you. And the pitch, it's in the dirt. Nice block that time by Parker Coach. 3 balls, no strikes to Caden Erickson. And if Caden isn't your barista, the pretty good chances that Xavier Bemnister might be. And there is a called strike. The get me over pitch by Boyarski. Hitter's pitch coming up now for Erickson. And the pitch. That one's low for ball 4. And the bases are loaded. And we're going to have a conference out at the mound. At least Parker Coach going out to talk to Boyarski. These runners are kind of critical because that runner at second, Josh Garcia, represents that 10-run lead, and a 10-run lead after 7 innings. We're in the 6th right now, but a 10-run lead after 7 would mean the end of the game.
And that would save our pitching staff for 2 innings.
At this stage of the season, every inning counts. Here's the pitch. Fly ball, left field, foul ball. Xavier Bemnister sent it on a ride, but it landed just foul. So this is the barista part of the batting order. Erickson followed by Bemnister. Boyarski's pitch. There's a fly ball to left field. That one's going to stay fair. And it falls in. 1 run is in. Here comes the 2nd run. And a double by Xavier Bemnister with 2 RBI. That scores Boda and Garcia.
Bemnister reaches on a double, drives in 2. Gabe O'Brien.
So, Bemnister's at second. Caden Erickson's at third. Gabe O'Brien at the plate. Cavaliers up 11-1. Here's the pitch. That was low for a ball.
And the pitch outside. Two balls. No strikes. And the pitch. Check swing, ground ball over to third. Picked up by Koska. Throw to first. And they got him at first. Run does come in to score. So Erickson scores, making it 12-1. Cavaliers on top. Scoreboard hasn't caught up yet. Cooper Kapanke at the plate. Curveball missed. Ball one. Wierski looking in. And he delivers. Ground ball over to short. Backhanded there by Baker. Throw over to first. And they got him safe. First baseman dropped the ball. Now they're going to talk about this. Wilson at first called him out on the base umpire. And now Teddy Jost is going out and talking. Wilson called him safe eventually. Now it's whether he dropped the ball, transferring the ball from his glove to his throwing hand, or whether he mishandled the catch. And they're saying he's out at first. So Kapanke's out 6-3, but he does get an RBI as Bemnister came in to score. So it's 13-1, Cavaliers on top. Jack Redwine steps to the plate.
Number 20.
Redwine is 1 for 2. Doubled and grounded into a fielder's choice. Fly ball out into left field. This one's deep. Moving over and making the catch is Thibodeau. But the Cavaliers pick up 4 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 error and nobody left on base. We have played 5.5, and it's the Cavaliers 13 and the Beef River Bullfrogs 1. You're tuned to Cavalier Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Ready for a better way to bank? Switch to Royal Credit Union. Royal Credit Union is a financial co-op, not a corporation, so we return earnings to our members. That means you get low or no fees for account services and better rates on deposits and loans. You'll also have all the digital tools you need at your fingertips, so managing your account is easy. Royal is ready to help you discover the credit union difference. Switch to Royal Credit Union today at rcu.org/difference. Insured by NCUA.
So we're heading into the bottom of the 6th inning. Cavaliers on top, 13-1 over the Beef River Bullfrogs.
Winner on the gift bike, purple ticket number 55.
Nice evening here at Spangberg Field in Strum. They've been very hospitable. They're giving away a lot of prizes tonight. They had a lot of prizes donated. They've got really good food. Well, really good smelling food over at the concession stand. I don't know for sure. I don't know. Ben's had a couple things down there.
My hot dog was delicious, and my hot beef sandwich was out of this world.
Was that hot beef or was it pulled pork?
Pulled pork.
Pulled pork, okay. Because I read that they had pulled pork here tonight. Here's the pitch. It's high for a ball. Andrew Milner starting his 6th inning of work.
Milner looking real sharp tonight.
Here's the wind and the pitch. High pop foul. And that just missed the top of the trailer, I think. I think it hit some power lines overhead. I heard it bounce off of something. Well, Milner kind of airmailed that one over everybody.
That was definitely not his get-me-over pitch.
Well, it might have been. It got him over everything.
True that.
2-1 pitch. It's outside for a ball. Three balls and one strike. Storm Standiford at the plate, and he fouls that one back, so it's a full count. Standiford struck out his first time up.
That might be one of my favorite names in baseball. Storm Standiford.
It's a very baseball name, isn't it? Check swing. Did he take it over the plate? Nope, they're saying ball 4.
Standiford draws base on balls.
And I believe, yeah, that's the first base on balls given up by Milner tonight. Back to the top of the order, Austin Baker. He's 1 for 2, doubled and got on an error. And the pitch is high for a ball. Milner's pitches are creeping up a little.
Also for number 5668.
1 ball and no strikes to Baker. And the pitch. That was low. Two balls, no strikes. And the pitch. That's high and away. Three balls and no strikes. And get me over pitch that time for a strike.
And it got me over.
Right where it needed to be. Austin Baker at the plate, the 3-1 pitch. Strike 2 called. Full count now to Baker. Milner delivers, and it's high for ball 4. That's going to bring up Taylor Rathke. There is some action going on over in the Cavalier bullpen, but we have too many fences to look through to be able to tell what it is. Ryan Bemnister heads out to the mound to have a discussion. Due up is the catcher, Parker Coach. 2 runners on, nobody out.
Now hitting number 38, Tanner Coach.
They're going to leave Milner in. Part of Bemnister's purpose for his trip out there is to get a feeling for how his pitcher is. How he's feeling. Here's the pitch. That's a strike called over the inside corner. Milner at the belt. And the pitch. Swung on a miss. Strike 2. Throw down to first. And back in safely is Baker.
Should mention Parker Coach has appeared in 6 games this season.
No balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Swung on a miss. Strike 3. And the runner goes. The throw back to the pitcher was not a good one. Ben, you've talked about that, and it just cost the Cavaliers a position on the base.
Yeah, and heading into the playoffs.
Those are the mistakes you can't be making.
Yep.
See, we got it going here, Ben. And finishing your sentences, it's, yeah.
I just want to be sharp going into the playoffs. We need to clean some things up.
Will Thibodeau at the plate.
And we will. I have confidence.
He's 1 for 2, singled and flew out to center field. First pitch was fouled back for a strike. Runners on the corners. That one's in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baker on first. Standiford on third. And the pitch. Fly ball out into left field. Drifting back. Off the fence. And Cavaliers get the ball in, but 1 run comes in on a double by Thibodeau. And it scores a run. 1 out, runners at second and third. So Baker at third. Thibodeau at second, and the pitch swung on a miss for strike 1 to Ryan Gray. Gray's 0 for 2, struck out and grounded to second. And the pitch. That just missed inside. One ball and 1 strike, 1 out. And it's fouled off on the right side.
Fouled off into the beans again.
Would you call that a beanball?
I did.
Okay. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Foul back again.
Another beanball. Kids are busy out there tonight.
Gonna drop for the Badger tickets again. Keep your purple tickets in.
Nobody gets those Badger tickets in mine.
There's the look and the pitch. Oh, that just missed outside. Full count. Or 2-2, I'm sorry. Here's the pitch. High pop up. It's in play. Timon moving over. And he drops it right at the fence.
That's a tough play to make. The fence is right there. You don't want to get hurt.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch, 2-2 pitch. That's a shot through the hole out into center field. 1 runs in. Here comes another one. 2 runs come in to score with a base hit by Ryan Gray.
And that'll give the Strum fans something to cheer about.
That makes the score Cavaliers 13 and the Bullfrogs 4. 1 out. Runner on first. That's Ryan Gray. And Reese Lucas at the plate. He's 0 for 2. There's a chopper over to third. No! Garcia does not make the play. Actually, he probably shouldn't have because Boda was there. And when Garcia tried to scoop the ball, it knocked it off path. And Boda couldn't make the play either. And we're going to get a pitching change here. We're going to charge that to Garcia as an error. And we'll find out all about this pitching change right after this timeout. You're tuned to Cavalier Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Hey, can you chop the pineapple? Chop the pineapple.
Nope. I'm high. How about I wash off the grapes?
Yes.
Okay.
You're already making good decisions when you're high.
I want tacos. Will you drive? I'm a little toasty.
Nope. I'm high. Let's order in.
Don't make an exception when it comes to driving. If you feel different, you drive different.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
50-50.
New rump on the bump for the Cavaliers is Jackson Vance. And for Milner, he went 5 1/3 innings, gave up 4 runs, 3 of which were earned, and he also struck out 10. So until this last half inning, Milner had a pretty good outing. What do you have for Jackson Vance?
Jackson Vance come in, ERA of 4.21, 2 wins, 3 losses, 25 2/3 inning pitch, 19 hits, 12 runs, 12 earned runs, 23 base on balls, 26 strikeouts.
And the first pitch by Vance is inside for a ball. 2 runners on. That's Ryan Gray over at second. And Reese Lucas on first. Here's the pitch. And that's high and tight. And Teddy Joas and Cole Timon snap their heads around with the music being played. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and a strike.
And I should mention, during our rain delay a couple games ago, I had a nice conversation with Jackson Vance as he actually came up to the booth and talked with us.
And the pitch is high for a ball.
And he was very excited about the playoff push.
Two balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. Strike called. It's even at 2-2. And the pitch. That's low. So the bases are loaded. Mason Casca at the plate. 0 for 2. Got on an error and also struck out. Vance at the belt. And the pitch. And it's a strike called. By the way, the runners at second and third are the responsibility of Milner, but they would also be unearned runs. That pitch is low for a ball. I think they'd be unearned runs. I could be wrong about that. No, they would not be at this point. Well, one of them would be. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Casca. Here's the pitch. Inside. 3-1. Vance at the belt. And he delivers. That's low for ball 4, and he gives up an RBI, base on balls.
Casca draws a base on balls, 1 run scores.
So Ryan Gray, that run will be charged to Milner. And it is an earned run. And we're getting a brief conference out at the mound.
I love Bemnister's body language out there.
It's like, hey, are you guys trying to let these guys back in the game?
That's exactly what it is.
Purple ticket. 5591.
So it's 13-5, Cavaliers on top.
After the Bullfrogs are done back, we're going to give away another kid's bike. Keep your blue tickets handy. Now hitting number 7, Carter Johnson.
And Bemnister's not messing around. He just sent someone down to the bullpen.
And at the plate is Carter Johnson. That pitch is low. Johnson has struck out twice. And the pitch inside for a ball.
My question is, how fast can this kid in the bullpen get warmed up should we need him?
And he misses on that one. 3 balls, no strikes. And that one misses. It's another RBI walk.
Johnson draws the base on balls. 1 more run scores. Number 4, Gio Bassett.
Jake Fisher is warming up down in the bullpen. Swinging and a miss for strike 1 by Gio Bazile. Struck out twice. Pitch is low for a ball. Kids going riding by on the brand new bikes that they just won tonight.
Boy, that's good to see.
Yeah, it is. That pitch is low for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, bases loaded. 13-6, Cavaliers on top. And the pitch. Strike called. Count goes full with 1 out. And Vance's pitch is low. Now the count's full. And the payoff pitch. And that missed. That's 4 straight walks by Jackson Vance. And 3 straight RBIs. And that's going to bring about our pitching change, and we'll get that information for you right after this timeout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
The Eau Claire Cavaliers would like to take veterans out to the ball game. That's right. As a thank you for your service, any veteran of the United States military can receive a lifetime pass for free admission to all Cavalier home games. Just come to Carson Park with your veteran identification, and the Cavaliers will issue you a free lifetime pass to all Cavalier home games. That's just the Cavaliers' way of saying thank you for your service.
5-5, 9-1.
Back here at Spangberg Field, the new pitcher for the Cavaliers is Jake Fisher. Jackson Vance had one of his more frustrating outings. He faced 4 hitters, walked all 4 of them. He's charged with 1 run. It's an earned run, but he's also charged with all 3 runners on base. Jake Fisher.
Stats on Jake Fisher. ERA is 2.13. No wins, 1 loss. 12 2/3 innings pitched. giving up 8 hits, 7 runs, 3 earned runs, 9 base on balls, 7 strikeouts. Back to you, Rick.
Okay, and leading off, first hitter to face Jake Fisher is Storm Standiford. And Standiford started off this whole mess with a walk and scored a run. As the Bullfrogs have put 6 runs across the plate this inning.
Look at you.
13-7, Cavaliers on top. Jake Fisher delivers. That's in the dirt. It gets by Timon. Runner coming to the plate, and they don't get the put out. So a wild pitch scores a run. One ball and no strikes. 1 run in during this at bat, as it's now 13-8. And the pitch swung on a miss for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at second and third. That run is charged to Jackson Vance. And the pitch. That's outside for a ball. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Strike called at the letters. Counts even at 2-2. Carter Johnson on third. And a strike 3 called. Gio Bazile on second. And now there's 2 down. Takes us back to the top of the order. Austin Baker, he walked earlier this inning. He's also doubled and got on an error. Fisher at the belt. And he delivers. Foul back into the screen. Fisher looks. Now he fires. That's a little bit high for a ball. Right about shoulder level. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 pitch. That just missed inside, 2-1. He's got that 3/4 sidearm delivery. Here's the pitch. That was mostly sidearm. Got him swinging. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. And that one gets away and back to the screen, and a run comes in to score.
You know, back to your point last night, Rick, it's nice to see 2 different pitchers, 2 different styles. Kind of fools the hitters a little bit. You're not quite seeing the same thing up there from the pitcher.
That run is also charged to Vance. So the book is complete on him. Here's the pitch. High fly ball out into right field. Gabe O'Brien circling under it. He makes the catch. So, the Bullfrogs send 12 to the plate. They pick up 8 runs on 2 hits. There was 1 Cavalier error. There were 6 walks.
And the score is Cavaliers 13, Bullfrogs 9 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
To get your lawn or garden to perform and attracting what you want, you first need to know what your soil is working with. That's where Midwest Environmental Consultants can help. Their soil testing service can give you a complete rundown on your soil's nutrition and health. They test for nitrogen levels, phosphorus, potash, micronutrients, minerals, pH, and organic matter. Let Midwest Environmental Consultants put you in control of your soil's health. Call Midwest Environmental Consultants at 608-468-2067. That's Midwest Environmental Consultants, serving Western Wisconsin.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training on a Friday afternoon, and the very next day he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. You don't know how much somebody can hide what's going on inside their head. Store your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Back here at Spangberg Field, Cavaliers finally retired the Bullfrogs in that sixth inning that just wouldn't end.
Yeah, if you're a fan and you were taking a nap, the score is now 13-9.
Fortunately, the Cavaliers are still on top. Leading off for the Cavaliers in the top of the seventh inning. And also, unfortunately, we're probably going to go 9 innings now. Cavaliers had it set up for a 7-inning game, but it's probably going to go 9. Cole Timon coming to the plate. Timon is 1 for 3.
Yeah, we're going to be using up some pitching that we really didn't want to use up. But we don't have a choice. We got to win.
Boyarski delivers, and a strike called, curveball. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled back out of play.
Cole Timon coming in as the elder statesman of the Cavs. Boy, would it be nice to see him get something going here.
No balls, 2 strikes to Cole Timon. Boyarski looks in and he delivers. Foul back. Brought the fastball and Timon got a piece of it. Count remains 0-2. Boyarski delivers. Curveball. Timon flies it away foul.
Timon did a great job there. He waited patiently and just fouled that one off. Tough off-speed pitch.
Boyarski into his motion. And delivers. Swing and a miss. Timon the catcher drops the ball. Timon starts for first, but that was not a contest. So Timon goes down swinging
there.
Cody Dayton comes to the plate, and Cody is 1 for 3.
Cody Dayton.
Boyarski looks in and delivers. It's high for a ball. Dayton singled, flew out to right, and grounded to third. Here's the pitch. That one over the top of Dayton's head. Good thing he moved his head down or it would have been in his ear hole. 2 balls, no strikes. You know, you like to notice this thing, Ben, and take a look out there in right center field. The center fielder is shading to the left. Right fielder is playing shaded slightly to the right. There's a huge gap out there in right center field.
Yeah, they must think he's going to pull the ball or something.
The pitch is inside. 3 balls and a strike.
I mean, he could get a stand-up triple if he hits it anywhere near right field.
And the pitch. That's high for ball 4. So, Cavs get a runner on. It's going to bring up Luke Erickson. Erickson is 0 for 3. Struck out, got on an error by the right fielder, and then popped out to first.
And, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if the Cavs try to steal here just to get something going.
Boyarsky looks over at first. Now he delivers. Foul back into the screen. Actually, I think that one might have gone to the bean field. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt and back to the screen. Actually, it got him, I guess. I think it got him in the foot, possibly. So Luke Erickson was hit by the pitch. That's going to bring up our Geno's player of the game, Ben Boda. And you mentioned Ben, when you go out to Geno's tomorrow, get a free appetizer for your table. Limit 1 per table. That's because Ben scored what seems like a long time ago. Actually, he scored twice. And no, Ben, you don't get 2 appetizers for that.
But I will say this, Ben Boda, your thank you card is in the mail. And let's hope he stays hot here.
1 ball, no strikes. 2 on for the Cavaliers with 1 out. And the pitch. Strike called on the outside corner. Counts even at 1-1.
It's a great pitch there.
Wes Boyarsky has had, I think, in fact, he's probably the leader in innings for the Bullfrogs. If not, he's real close. Here's the pitch. Fouled into the catcher, and he felt that one.
Rick, you are correct. He is the leading pitcher with 43 innings pitched.
And Parker Coach definitely felt that one. He's going to walk it off a little bit. Teddy Joe is taking his time, brushing off home plate, making sure the catcher has some time to catch his breath. And now Parker Coach gets down behind. Ben Boda steps back in. Boyarsky looks in for the sign. Runners take their lead. And the 1-2 pitch. That's high. Counts even at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 1 out. Cavs on top, 13. Throw over to second. Back in safely. Cody Dayton safely out there at second. And Boyarsky looking over there. Now comes home with the delivery. Pop up. Infield fly rule batters out, and the catch is made by Standiford. So there are now 2 down with 2 on, and it brings up Josh Garcia. Garcia got out on an error his last time up and ended up scoring. And a hard shot foul down the third base line. Again, a shout out to the viewing parties out in California. Watching Josh Garcia tonight. Or as the players sometimes call him, Cali.
Shout out to Liz and Jim Ryder tuning in tonight.
And the pitch is high. And again, shout out to those viewers over in Sherburne, Minnesota.
Hello, Sherburne, Minnesota.
And the pitch. Ground ball straight up the middle, fielded by a shortstop. Baker throw over to first, and they got him. So the Cavs go down with no runs, no hits. There were no errors, and 2 were left on base. We've played 6.5. It's time for the 7th inning stretch on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. So, Jake Fisher finishing up his warm-up tosses for the Cavaliers as we go into the bottom of the 7th inning. Due up for the Bullfrogs will be Taylor Rathke re-entering the game for Parker Coach, Will Thibodeau, and Ryan Gray.
You know, I got to say one thing. It is really cool to see the backup catcher warming up the right fielder in between innings. I've never seen that.
Well, he's down by that bullpen area anyway. Might as well do something.
I agree.
So, Taylor Rathke re-entering the game, steps up to the plate. He's 1 for 2 from earlier tonight. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
And boy, I tell you, these Bullfrogs are not going away.
No, they aren't. And Fisher throws one that he fouls away. 0-2 is the count. But at least Fisher's finding the strike zone.
Yeah.
Jackson Vance just could not find it.
No.
And the pitch, it's outside.
At some point here, I will look up the last time Jackson Vance pitched. I got a feeling he might be a little rusty.
And the pitch inside for a ball.
Sometimes these pitchers just don't pitch that much.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Taylor Rathke. And the pitch. Check swing, strike called. Rathke goes down.
And Rathke knew it.
Will Thibodeau comes to the plate. Thibodeau is 2 for 3. Singled, doubled, and flew out to center field.
Number 13, Will Thibodeau.
Pitch is high for a ball. And the pitch. Foul back into the screen. It almost looked like Thibodeau was trying to bail out on that pitch and took his bat with him and caught the ball.
That's exactly what happened.
1 ball, 1 strike. That one's a little bit low. 2-1 is the count. Check swing. And a strike called. Counts even at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Will Thibodeau. Fly ball out into right field. Gabe O'Brien moves over and makes the catch.
O'Brien did a great job out there. That ball was tailing. Great job.
We got a good first step on that ball, and that's so critical to those outfielders. Sometimes people think outfielders where you put the other guys. No, to play it well, you have to know from the crack of the bat where that ball is going and make your step in the right direction. Ryan Gray at the plate.
That was very well said, Rick.
And the first pitch is a ball. Gray is 1 for 3. He singled his last time up. That pitch is outside for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. It was a 2 RBI single. Strike called at the letters. Gray didn't like that call. 2 balls and 1 strike. And the 2-1 pitch swung on and missed at the low one. He chased one down low. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Chopper. Foul ball. Oh, they waited for the last second. Garcia picked it up just as it went foul. The smart thing Garcia did is he put his glove in foul territory, so if he fields the ball, it's foul.
That's heads up there.
It's a guy who knows how to play one of the 2 corners, because that's a skill those corner infielders have to know. Count remains 2-2. And the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Jake Fisher retires the Bullfrogs. 1-2-3. And after 7, it's the Cavaliers 13, Bullfrogs 9 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training on a Friday afternoon, and the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. You don't know how much somebody can hide what's going on inside their head. Store your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
So we have a new pitcher out there for the Bullfrogs, and let me pull out my Bullfrogs roster here.
Looks like it's going to be Gio Basile.
Bazile?
Bazile. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Gio Bazile is on the mound.
So he's appeared in 6 1/3 innings, played in 2 games, given up 7 hits, 9 runs, has a 5.0 ERA with 5 strikeouts.
And so Rathke is out at second base.
Number 5591 for $20. 5591 last call.
And Thibodeau is behind the plate.
One more purple real quick. for $20. 5664.
And I'm not sure who's out there.
$20.
Oh, Ethan Bartles is out in left field.
Leading off for the Cavs on the top of the 8th inning, number 6, Caden Erickson.
Caden Erickson steps up to the plate for the Cavaliers. And the pitch. And it's a called strike. And it's a strike called.
You know, this pitcher has a motion I've never seen before. He's in the stretch, but then he goes in the windup.
Well, he kind of goes into that stretch and he holds and then he snaps it through. See, here he's at the belt. Now he winds up. And that's fouled back. Count remains 0-2 to Caden Erickson. Bazile is at the belt. And it's high for a ball. I see what you're talking about, though, Ben. He starts out looking like he's going to be in the stretch, and then he finishes it with more of a windup. And that one got Erickson on the backside.
Erickson just made some balls.
So now he'll just be working from the stretch, and
See how different that is.
Yeah.
Xavier Bemnister due up. Bemnister having a big night at the plate. He's 3 for 4. Driven in 3 runs. Scored 3 of them himself.
Yeah, Xavier Bemnister getting hot at the right time.
Here's the pitch. That's low for a ball. Bemnister responsible in one form or another for 6 of the Cavalier 13 runs. Scored 3 of them. Drove in 3 of them. Hits a fly ball out into center field. Coming in is Johnson, and he does not make the catch. Erickson has got to hold at second. He had to wait and see if Johnson made the catch.
Erickson played that real well as a runner. He was almost halfway there.
Number 47, Gabe O'Brien.
You never want to be standing at first base on a fly ball because you'll never make it to second if the outfielder drops the ball.
So they're going to award Bemnister with a base hit because Johnson, had he made the catch, it would have been pretty spectacular. And as I was telling the statistician, Kirk, earlier today, I'm talking about a play from last night's game, I said, had the play been made, it would have been spectacular. And I reserve errors for routine plays that are not made. And that was not a routine sinking fly ball. 2 runners on. Gabe O'Brien at the plate. He pops it up. Shallow left field. Drifting out is the shortstop. He drops the ball. Throw over to third, and Erickson is hung out to dry.
Really nothing Erickson could do there.
And now, wait a minute. Now, there's confusion out there. I think they're saying that he dropped the ball, so they had a forced play at third. Nope. Evidently, O'Brien was out. And Erickson was doubled off. 8-5. And a strike call to Cooper Kapanke.
And with
two
Cooper,
down.
With Cooper at bat, I just got to say one thing. Cooper, if this is the last time I see you at bat for the Cavs,
make it a good one.
Thank you. Yes.
Swing and a miss. He was trying right there.
I think you heard me. He was trying.
No balls, 2 strikes to Cooper Kapanke. Bazile looks in. Looks over at second. And the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 3. So for the Cavaliers, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we have completed 7.5. And it's the Cavaliers 13, Bullfrogs 9 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
When you look at the number of disasters in the U.S., chances are every area will deal with some kind of emergency in the next decade. And between school, sports, and social lives, chances are you won't be with your kids when it happens. Will they know what to do? Ready.gov/kids has the educational tools and information to make the conversation easy. When the time comes, chances are they'll feel prepared, not scared. So talk with your family today.
Jake Fisher
5-6-2-5.
ready to get started here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Cavaliers up on top, 13-9, in a game that could mean a lot for the Cavaliers if they can hang on and come away with the win. Due up for the Bullfrogs, Reese Lucas, Kyle Maug, and Mason Koska.
Boy, if the Bullfrogs could scratch across a couple runs here, things could get real interesting.
They already are real Starting off the bottom half of the 8th inning.
So, starting things off for the Bullfrogs is Reese Lucas.
And you know they're going to try.
Fisher on the rubber, and he delivers. That one in the dirt, and it gets by Timon. Fisher fires a high fastball, swung on a missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Had he connected on that one, that ball would have gone somewhere.
Jake Fisher doesn't waste any time. He steps on that rubber and goes.
My kind of guy.
That's high. 2 balls and a strike to Reese Lucas. And the pitch. Fly ball out into left field. It's going to fall in for a base hit.
To my point earlier, the Bullfrogs will not go away.
And Lucas is on with a single.
Right fielder, number 2.
And Kyle Maug. Oh for 2. Struck out. Popped to first. Drew a walk. And he squares to bunt. Lays it over to the pitcher, throw over to first, and they got it there in time.
I think if he'd have got that bunt down a little more towards third, he would have had a chance.
Well, it was a sacrifice bunt anyway. That'll bring up Mason Koska, who has re-entered the game. Here's the pitch. Fly ball, left field. Red wine drifting back. And it's gone. A 2-run home run for Mason Koska.
And the Strum fans definitely approve of that one.
And folks, we've got a ball game.
I was just going to say it. You did.
13 to 11.
Hang on to your hats. Don't go anywhere.
Cavs still on top. But now with nobody out.
1 out.
Center fielder, number 7, Carter Johnson.
Sacrifice bunt.
That's right. There is 1 out. And at the plate is Carter Johnson. Scoreboard hadn't caught up to that 1 out. That's what fooled me. And another strike called. Jake Fisher not wasting any time. That one got by Timon.
Carter Johnson, no slouch up there. 35 at-bats, 9 hits.
0 for 2 tonight. Struck out twice. He also drew a walk.
And if you're Beef River, you're saying, just get on base.
Here's the wind and the pitch. Check swing, and he's out.
Johnson strikes out for 2.
So 2 down. Gio Bazell.
And there is a little action in the Cavs bullpen. Nothing serious. Just getting warmed up out there. In a game like this, you've got to have all hands on deck.
Tyson Woodcock warming up.
You've come this far, and you can't stop now. We need every win.
And the pitch. That's a strike called on the inside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. It's inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2 out. And Bazile fouls it away. Count holds it 2-2. And the pitch. That's high for a ball. It's a full count now. With 2 down. And the pitch. Foul back into the screen. Fastball. He got a little piece of it. Jake Fisher into his motion and delivers. Ball 4.
That's a great at-bat.
That's going to bring up Storm Standiford. He's 0 for 2. He had 2 strikeouts and drew a walk.
And this brings up the tying run at the plate.
Jake Fisher at the belt. Here's the pitch. Inside for a ball.
And you want to be careful with this guy. It looks like if he got a hold of one, it could go somewhere.
Fisher looks over at first and now delivers. High pop up in right field. Under it is O'Brien. He's waiting. And he makes a catch.
Standifer flies out to right field for number 2.
So that's 3 down. And the Bullfrogs pick up 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors. And one left on base. So we've played 8 innings, and it's the Cavaliers 13, Bullfrogs 11 on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Let NLWN-TV and the Northern Light Webcasting Network take you out to the ballgame. Our next broadcast will be on Sunday, July 30th, when we will bring you the Cavaliers taking on the Eau Claire Rivermen from Fairfax Park in Eau Claire in a continuation of the game that was suspended due to weather on July 19th. Live coverage on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV begins with the In the Dugout show at noon. That's live Eau Claire Cavalier baseball on Sunday, July 30th on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
So we head to the 9th inning. Cavaliers on top, 13-11. They were up 13-1. Bullfrogs have contributed 10 unanswered runs to get back into this game.
Yeah, the Bullfrogs basically saying, hey, not so fast. We know how to play ball too.
5-4-9-6, 5-6, 5-2. 5-4-9-6, 5-6, 5-2.
Due up for the Cavaliers in the top of the 9th, Jack Redwine, Cole Timon, and Cody Dayton.
Starting out the top of the 9th inning for the Eau Claire Cavaliers, number 20, Jack Redwine.
Here's the pitch. Line shot over towards short, scooped up there, and throw over to first. And Redwine, I think, beat it. I'm not sure. It wasn't a real clear. Yeah, Redwine's checking in at first.
Great hustle there by Redwine. Credit to Redwine there.
It's going to be an infield hit.
Catcher number 19, Cole Timon.
Brings up Cole Timon. Pitch is high for a ball. Timon is 1 for 4. Throw over to first. Redwine back in. That was deceptively close. He's putting that right in a spot where just the reflex of the glove catching the ball comes down into the tag. Here's the pitch. High fly ball. Over to right field. And Mogg makes the catch. Cody Dayton, 1 for 3.
Should mention that the Cavs bullpen session has ended.
The extra hitter, number 25, Cody Dayton.
Dayton has singled, flew out to right, and grounded to third. He also drew a walk his last time up. Throw over to first. Redwine back in. Here's the pitch to Dayton. It's inside for a ball. Bazio pitches. Throw down to first. Real close. Redwine back in. Standiford does a nice job over there at first place getting that tag on. Dayton waiting for the pitch, and it's high for a ball. 3 balls, no strikes to Cody Dayton. And the pitch.
He was taken all the way on that one.
And the delivery to Dayton. That's low for ball 4. So 2 runners on for the Cavaliers with 1 out. Luke Erickson steps to the plate.
Center fielder, number 14, Luke Erickson.
Erickson took a ball there, a little high.
And Erickson got hit by the pitch. That's the 2nd time in a row that he's been hit by the pitch. So it's the Tyler Herman School of Hitting that Luke Erickson is subscribing to. If you can't hit the ball, let the ball hit you. So due up will be Ben Boda, our Geno's player of the game, as we're having a conference at the mound.
And as I mentioned earlier, Ben Boda, from one Ben to another, that thank you card is in the mail.
Yes, bases are loaded. And running the computer was just wondering if they were loaded.
And the Cavaliers coach giving Ben Boda some great advice. I think I read his lips. I think he said, sit back and hit the ball.
Redwine on third, Dayton on second, Erickson on first. Boda watches a strike. 1 out. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Throw to the plate for 1. Throw to first. And they got the double play. A 1-2-3 double play. So for the Cavaliers, no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors, and 2 were left on base. We've played 8.5, and the Cavaliers have a 2-run lead as we head to the bottom of the 9th on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Last week, Brandon met a girl on a dating app. One day after work, he finally found the courage to ask her out. No answer. He started to panic. Was he being too pushy? Maybe it was too...
Hey, sorry I didn't respond. I was driving. I would love to go on a date. How does tonight sound?
Brandon tried to play it cool, but inside he knew. A girl so smart, so responsible. She must be a keeper.
Hey, can you chop the pineapple? Chop the pineapple.
Nope. I'm high. How about I wash off the grapes?
Yes.
Okay.
You're already making good decisions when you're high.
I want tacos. Will you drive? I'm a little toasty.
Nope. I'm high. Let's order in.
Don't make an exception when it comes to driving. If you feel different, you drive different.
And we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. Cavs ahead, 13-11. Austin Baker coming to the plate. Baker is 1 for 3 tonight. He doubled, flew out to right, got out on an error, and drew a walk. Not all in that order. Tyson Woodcock on the mound for the Cavaliers.
Tyson's numbers, 9.5 ERA, no wins, 2 losses, 25 1/3 innings pitched, 30 hits, 30 runs, 27 earned runs, 16 base on balls, 20 strikeouts.
And the first pitch got Baker on the hip. And that's going to bring up Taylor Rathke.
Number 6, Taylor Rathke.
And I got to get this in before the game ends. The last time the Beef River Bullfrogs beat the Cavs was June 23rd, 2019.
Ground ball over to short, flip to second for 1, and that's all they're going to get. Boda Erickson, and it means Rathke's on a fielder's choice.
And again, the tying run is at the plate. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Stepping up is Will Thibodeau. Pitches inside. He gets away from time, and runner goes down to second. Rathke safe at second.
So that'll
One
take
out.
away the double play.
Here's the pitch. That's a strike called on the inside corner. One ball, one strike. And the pitch. That was high and tight. 2 balls and a strike. Scoreboard's confused. They think it's 3-0. And there's a strike called. 2 balls, 2 strikes. With an out. Runner on second. And the pitch. Ooh, that just missed. Full count. To Will Thibodeau. And a ground ball over to second. Scooped up by Erickson. Throw to Kapanke for the out. It does move Baker, or check that, Rathke over to third base. And coming to the plate is Ryan Gray. Actually, no, it isn't. Yes, it is. Ryan Gray comes to the plate. Here's the pitch. One ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. It's inside. Ball 2. Ryan Gray representing the tying run. With 2 down. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. So it's all up to Ryan Gray here. Fisher delivers. Inside, ball 3. He's pounding that inside corner. Just not quite getting it. 3 balls and 1 strike. Fisher into his motion, and he delivers. And that's a strike call. The count is full. Bullfrogs down to their last strike. Fisher winds, Woodcock winds, and we have a fly ball. And it was caught by Gabe O'Brien. A spectacular catch out there in the outfield. And that'll do it tonight with a spectacular defensive play by Gabe O'Brien. No runs on no hits. There were no errors and one man left on base. Final score, Cavaliers 13 and the Bullfrogs 11. And we will have more information for you when we get to talking baseball right after this timeout. You're tuned to Cavalier Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Regardless of where you are on your path to retirement, you can still take charge of your financial future today. Visit aceyourretirement.org and answer a few questions from Alvo, your friendly digital retirement coach, for free tips, resources, and advice customized for your situation to help you feel confident and prepared for retirement. Retirement looks different for everyone. Make sure you're prepared for your financial future at aceyourretirement.org.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
You've been watching NLWN-TV's presentation of Eau Claire Cavalier Baseball live on the Northern Light Webcasting Network. Stay tuned. Coming up next is Talkin' Baseball, with a look back at today's game. Time now for Talkin' Baseball, with a wrap-up of today's Eau Claire Cavalier baseball game, presented by Mama Squirrels Cleaning and more. And now, back out to the ballpark.
And we're back here at Spangberg Field in Strum. And Ben is busily trying to get things untangled over at his end of the table. And that's all right, Ben. Just get that twisty tie undone. There we go. As the Cavaliers come away winners tonight in a game that ended up being a whole lot closer than anybody expected it to be, by pulling off an 13-11 win. The Cavs got 13 runs, and bear with me while I count these up on 1, 2, 3. And we go down 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 runs on 10 hits. And they committed some errors that were uncharacteristic for recent Cavalier play. The Bullfrogs got 11 runs. And again, bear with me on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, on 7 hits. One of those being the big 2-run home run by Mason Koska. And so the Cavaliers are waiting to find out the score of the Eau Claire Bears and Augusta Athletics game, and it's entirely possible Ryan Bemnister may have that. One of the other local TV stations is talking with him right now, and so he should be coming over here pretty shortly, along with another special guest. And I'll tell you what, while we wait on that, I did not mention the winning pitcher was Andrew Milner. Losing pitcher Tim Anderson, and Tyson Woodcock came in and got the save pitching that last inning. So while we wait for Ryan Bemnister, we'll take this time out. You're tuned to Talkin' Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
And we're back here at Spangberg Field waiting for manager Ryan Bemnister to join us. And he will be here very momentarily. And, well, Ryan, that turned out to be a little closer than we thought it was going to be in the middle innings.
That did turn out a little bit closer than we wanted to be.
There's no defending walks. I mean,
No.
You can't play defense against them, and that's what hurt you that one inning.
Yeah, we just lost a little bit there in the middle innings. You're throwing reliable arms out there too, and maybe we stuck with Milner just a little bit too long. He was throwing really well. He started to get a little high in that sixth inning, and Jax came in, and sometimes Jax he struggles with new mounds and things like this, and it's a difficult mound to throw from out here, and I just don't think he made the right adjustments. I'm not worried about him going forward. He's one of our better relief pitchers. Everybody has a bad day.
Yeah. And Jake Fisher came in and actually threw very well.
Yep. Fish knew his job tonight. He was bridging the gap to get to Tyson, and Tyson was going to be our closer, 100%.
And he picked up a save. Tyson
He did pick up a save. He pitched really well. Oh, there's my saving grace. Thank you.
Now we're going to get a really good interview.
Now you're going to get a really interview because now I'm happy.
And your wife goes by and she just shakes her head.
Yeah, that's because she forgot for the second game in a row.
Oh, boy.
Oh, it's getting rowdy.
It is already. Okay, so the Cavs ended up doing what they needed to do, coming away with a win tonight. Any word from Augusta on that Bears-Augusta game?
Bears won.
Bears won.
Yep, I just
So you haven't clinched anything, but your magic number is 1. Either a Cavalier win or
there's nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
It's a Cavalier win, and we're in the playoffs.
Yes.
That's all it is.
And we still wouldn't know the seed because that might depend on Cavalier win. That might depend on how the Bears do in their doubleheader on Sunday.
Wouldn't make a difference. We'd have 14 wins. They can only finish with 13.
Okay. I like that idea.
I believe we're 13-6, right?
I had it written down here. I believe so. Yes. Yes.
I know. So if we get the 14 wins and another team only has 2 games left at 11, my math isn't great. But I think we clinch with a win. The number 3 seed.
Are they 11-7?
Yeah.
Yes, and that would give them 2 games left. Okay.
Yes, they are.
Yes. So, they could end up catching you guys.
I got you thrown off here a little bit in your post-game interview.
I'm just trying to...
He's reaching for words. Hey, let's talk about the Cavalier hitting tonight. How did we do on hitting?
10 hits.
Okay, that's not bad.
And you gave up 7.
Okay, that's not bad.
The biggest issue was the walks.
Yeah.
That one inning, and Jackson just could not find the strike zone, no matter how hard he tried. And you're right. He's had very good outings in the past, and he just wasn't able to do that tonight. And but the rest of Milner threw well, even in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
He was missing a little bit high, but his fastball was still finding home.
Yeah.
And, things were going okay.
Good job,
As Cavalier players are walking by. And
okay, thank you.
And I'm hoping that we get a chance to talk with
Cooper's on his way.
soon-to-be departing Cooper Kapanke.
Cooper's on his way.
And now, how many? He was with the Cavs 3 years. Am I right on that?
At least, yeah. He kind of kept the organization rolling when COVID hit, and stuff, and kind of rallied the troops around everything. So.
And yeah, so he's been very integral to the Cavalier organization, and actually to baseball in Eau Claire, because
100%.
He is a great ambassador to baseball. You got to see well, I know you see it. The kids flocking around him and so on, and he's basically a role model for
Grandpa's over there.
all these kids that want to play some baseball, and so.
No, he means a lot to everything. I did just talk with some guys out there, just talking about how much he means to the Cavalier organization and everything he brings to the table for it. Stepping. So, yeah, it's great. It's wonderful. He's one of a kind, I'll tell you that.
And he's still getting talked to over there. People are taking pictures.
You might want to run a commercial.
I was just going to say, why don't we take a quick time out here while we wait for Cooper to stop running for mayor over there.
Sounds like a plan to me.
We'll do that. We'll have some more talk
Always
baseball.
Time to change the outcome. Prediabetes does. 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, but with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. And you can change the outcome. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test today. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org.
If I could be you, and you could be me for just 1 hour. If we could find a way to get inside each other's minds. Walk a mile in my shoes. Walk a mile in my shoes. Well, before you abuse, criticize, and accuse. Walk a mile in my shoes.
My name is Teresa Barber. I was in the United States Navy, and I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training on a Friday afternoon, and the very next day he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving a gun are fatal. You don't know how much somebody can hide what's going on inside their head. Store your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Back here at Spangberg Field in Strum, Cavaliers come out on top 13-11 against the Beef River Bullfrogs, and joining us right now is Cooper Kapanke. And it's kind of a bittersweet game for you, isn't it?
Most definitely.
Now,
very bittersweet.
Yeah, the sweet part is Cavaliers win, take another step towards the playoffs. The bitter part is you're heading south down to Texas. Tell us about this. What's going on?
So I interned with this company last summer. It's like a research and advisory firm. So I'm going to be doing sales as an account manager, doing like tech sales and advising for different like tech and software companies down in Dallas, Texas. So I'm excited to kind of start my career and really get into the sales and marketing side of things and kind of see where I can go with my career from there.
Outstanding. We wish you the very best of luck. I think it's probably because you're going down there that we're having the weather we have right now, because this hot, sticky stuff that we have, that's a cool day down there. So.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely getting me used to that summer weather right now. So,
But, yeah, and so now what was your degree in that took you down there?
So I got a degree in marketing. So I majored in marketing, and then I got minors in finance, economics, and professional selling. So.
Okay, and that was all at Winona State?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ryan Bemnister giving him the Google eyes there.
I got him in the cooler. Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, and then now, how many years you been with the Cavs?
So I've been with the Cavs for 3 years now.
That's what I was just asking Ryan about that, and I thought that's what I remembered.
Started playing CRBL the year before for Chippewa Falls just because Eau Claire didn't have a team with COVID, and as soon as I was back, it was kind of a no-brainer to come back and play for Eau Claire. So it's
Okay.
been a lot of fun these last 3 years.
And you've been pretty integral to that, and it's been real interesting watching you grow as a player, because I remember that first year, and you were considered a borderline power hitter at the time, and the second year they were looking for power, but you could see that your focus had changed, and you were going. I remember you telling me that it's all about base hits.
Yeah.
And that's completely what you've done this year. You're leading the Cavaliers in hitting, and it's all base hits.
Yeah, it's kind of something I really kind of changed. I growing up, like after high school, I started to get a little more power, a little more juice, but just wasn't hitting for the average I wanted to, and striking out a little too much. And the home runs are great, but the days where you don't do a whole lot are kind of tough. So
I do remember your first day back from college. I think it was last season, and I ran into you down in the locker room, and I had noticed that your Winona State numbers, you had increased your home runs quite a bit.
Yeah.
And you said to me, yeah, but I also increased my strikeouts a lot,
Yep.
and I've got to do something about that.
Yep.
And you've done that. You're hitting for average, and
yeah, that was kind of the priority. And I obviously put a lot of time in on just trying to be able to hit the ball to all parts of the field and be a tougher out and just do what I can to be a little better situationally and get runners in. So I've been very happy with how things have gone, and obviously I'd love to hit a few more long balls, and might have been the first summer in a while without a home run, but I had a blast doing it, man.
A lot of contributions from you. Now, is there any ball down in Dallas that you have a chance to play for?
You know, I've been asked this question by a lot of people, and honestly, probably not really looking to get into the ball right away. I think I'm going to work on my golf game a little bit, but but I've just been doing the baseball thing for so long and putting so much time in, and I just don't know if I could put in the time that I always have to get the results I'd expect from myself. So I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to myself in the game if I kept doing it, wasn't putting in the time and effort. And so,
okay, now we know that your younger brother Campbell plays for the Cavaliers and does pretty well in his own right. Any brotherly words of wisdom for Campbell to carry on that Kapanke legacy?
Honestly, the only thing I'd tell him is kind of write your own legacy. He's a heck of a ball player, and he's an even better person, and he's kind of someone that I always try to put my best foot forward and be a role model because I never want to let him down. So I think he's a heck of a kid and an awesome guy, and whether it's baseball, whether it's his career, whether it's relationships, he's an awesome kid, and there's not a doubt in my mind he's going to crush it whatever he does. So I'd say the biggest thing for him is enjoy whatever you do. It goes by fast, and proud of you, and write your own story, man.
Well, Cooper, I want to thank you, first of all, for making our job so much easier, because every time I've talked to you, you've been nothing but really polite. And
thank you.
Really
you guys have been a blast. So
And also, you've been quite the ambassador for baseball in Eau Claire, and I watch the little kids flock around you at Carson Park, and they're always excited to see you. I remember when Ann's neighbor was at the ball game and her young sons were there, and they were actually cheering for the opponent because they had a friend on that team. You came over and talked to them, signed a ball for them, and they still treasure that. So I just want to thank you for being that kind of baseball ambassador.
Thank you so much.
Big for the sport. Well, thank you. And
I remember being that age, you know,
yeah.
And that was the coolest thing in the world for me when I was 6, 7, 12 years old. And so it's just as cool for me now as it is when I was a kid. So it's the more that I can do to impact the other people around me, the better.
Well, and the best of luck to you down in Texas. And thank you for joining us and making a little later night for you. And I know Coach has got something cold and wet for you over there.
Yeah, I think he's got a cold snack in the back of his truck.
I think so.
We'll go enjoy that.
And we'll be back with more talking baseball right after this quick timeout on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV.
The Northern Light Webcasting Network is excited to announce that the new home for Colfax Viking football is now NLWN-2. Our first game broadcast is coming up on Friday, August 18th. The Colfax Vikings will host the Whitehall Norse. Coverage begins at 6:40 p.m. with Viking Preview. That's live Colfax Viking football on Friday, August 18th, on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2.
All right, back here at Spangberg Field, and Cavaliers come out winners tonight, 13-11. Ben, your final thoughts?
Real quickly, we hung on and won.
And that's what it took. And you know, sometimes when you have a really good season going on, there's a few games that are just like that, where that's what you do, is hang on and win and keep your fingers crossed. But we have some more Cavalier baseball coming up for you. So make sure you join us here on the Northern Light Webcasting Network audio service and on NLWN-TV as we bring you the Cavaliers finishing their suspended game with the Eau Claire Rivermen from Fairfax Park in Eau Claire. Coverage begins at noon with the In the Dugout show, followed by all the play-by-play action. Also, the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-2 are excited to announce that NLWN-2 will be the new home for Colfax Viking football. Our first broadcast of Viking football will be on Friday, August 18th, when the Vikings take on the Whitehall Norsemen. Viking preview will begin at 6:40, followed by live play-by-play action. The Eau Claire Cavaliers want to remind veterans of the United States military that they can get a lifetime pass to all Cavalier home games simply by coming to Carson Park with your veterans identification, and the Cavaliers will be happy to issue you your lifetime pass. It's just the Cavaliers' way of saying thank you for your service. Today's Geno's player of the game was Ben Boda, and Ben did score today. And so that means when you go out to Geno's tomorrow and you mention Ben Boda's name, you get yourself a free appetizer for your table. That's courtesy of Ben Boda and the people over at Geno's. And one more win, Cavs, as they're walking by. Today's Eau Claire Cavaliers game is brought to you by the Geno's Pizza right next to Action City, near the intersections of Highways 93 and I-94. Midwest Environmental Consultants, lawn care and soil testing experts for Western Wisconsin. The Goat Coffee House at 336 Water Street for good coffee and great sandwiches. Mom's Restaurant and Pub in Colfax. Comfort food the way Mom used to make it. Menominee Eye and Optical with quality personalized care for you and your family. Mama Squirrels Cleaning and more, getting ready to make your house sparkling. Your Napa Auto Parts store at 3580 Mall Drive in Eau Claire. Slayton's Technology Service, the official IT provider of the Northern Light Webcasting Network. And Royal Credit Union, where they're different in a good way. Be sure to thank these fine sponsors for bringing you Eau Claire Cavalier baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. For Ann Monroe and Ben Ryder, this is Rick Olson. That final score once again. Oh, and Dan Petchow on the camera. See, he's not right in front of me, so thank you, Ann, for reminding me about Dan. Sorry about that, Dan. I would never really forget you. Final score once again. Cavaliers 13 and the Beef River Bullfrogs 11. You've been tuned to Talkin' Baseball on the Northern Light Webcasting Network and NLWN-TV. Let Menominee Eye and Optical help you see.
You've been watching Talkin' Baseball, a wrap-up of today's Eau Claire Cavalier game. This has been a production of NLWN-TV.